उनके वो आगे किसी और दूसरे गांव में चले गए हैं। अभी तक तो वहाँ तो कोई पता नहीं लगा कहाँ गए हैं।
ये घर जो हैं बॉर्डर से कितने दूर हैं, कितनी कितनी दूरी पर ये घर थे, अगर कुछ बता पाएं?
ये घर जो हैं बीच में 100 मीटर की दूरी पर हैं। उन्होंने बाग बीच में से क्रॉसिंग किया, खेतों में से क्रॉसिंग करके वहाँ पर टारगेट किलिंग की है। और हमारी एलजी प्रशासन से यही मांग है, वो कल सुबह आएँ, हमारे साथ बैठ के बात करें, जो हमारी मांग होगी, हम डिमांड्स रखेंगे, वो हमारी पूरी करें, उसके बाद ही हम उनका क्रीमेशन आगे कराएंगे।
कितने लोगों को जो है फायर किया गया? क्या आतंकियों के हाथ में बड़ी राइफल्स थी? क्या बैग्स कैरी कर रहे थे?
कुल 2 आतंकी थे, उनमें एक के पास लाल बैग है, एक ब्लैक ड्रेस में है, उनके हाथों में वेपन है, चश्मदीद साथ हैं। उन्होंने जो मौके पे देखे हैं उसमें हमारे 4 कैजुअल्टीज़ हो गई हैं और उसमें 6 जो हैं हमारे बंदे जख्मी हुए हैं।
7 बजे की टाइम है। पहले इनके घर से कुछ 100-150 मीटर ऊपर घर है, पहले वहाँ उन्होंने फायरिंग की है। वहाँ फायरिंग करते हुए जब नीचे आए तो एक लड़का जो जिसकी डेथ हुई है वो रोड में अपनी गाड़ी लगाकर घर जा रहा था, उसको ऑन स्पॉट वहाँ मार दिया उन्होंने। फिर इधर इनके घर आए, इनका जो हस्बैंड था वो जा रहा था अपने घर, अंदर जा रहा था, तो इसका जो ससुर था वो आग तप रहा था। इसी जिस तरह इसने बताया, ऐसे कहकर उन्होंने अंदर हस्बैंड को मार दिया। आधार कार्ड चेक किया, जो डेड बॉडी पड़ी हुई थी, आधार कार्ड ही साथ में पड़ा हुआ था। फिर वहाँ कोई 200 मीटर नीचे घर है, वहाँ कैजुअल्टी की इन्होंने।
And Gursimran is bringing us the latest on this from Rajouri. Good morning, Gursimran. Gursimran, we're given to understand that these terrorists actually barged into homes one after the other. Now, give us more details in terms of how many terrorists attacked this village and what are the investigative agencies telling you so far?
See, right now we are in the Dhangri village, and at the first house that was attacked by the terrorists, this is the house of Deepak Sharma, who was killed by the terrorist, and his brother was left brutally injured. This attack has happened at around 6:30, and this is the house, if Sarjeevan can show you, that was attacked. The terrorist came from the other side of the house that is very near to the forest area. See, this area right now where we are standing, from this very place we are being told that the terrorist came. There is a dense forest area in the background, and terrorists use this background to sneak in into the into this side of the house. I'll request Sarjeevan to show you that the intense coordinated search operations have been launched by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the CRPF and the Indian Army to nab those terrorists who were part of this group. 2 terrorists are said to be part of this module who carried out this attack, and they were carrying a huge cache of arms and ammunition, as they were carrying the twin backpacks, a red color backpack and a black color backpack they were carrying. And now, as Sarjeevan is showing you the visuals, that Jammu and Kashmir police along with the CRPF, they are carrying out a patrol march to ensure that those perpetrators behind this are neutralized at an earliest. Yesterday evening also, ADG Jammu Mukesh Singh also said the same, that we are trying to ensure that those 2 perpetrators are neutralized at an earliest. And some of the senior officials from the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as from the district administration and the divisional administration, they will be reaching here in a short while. Look at the weapons of these troops who have been deployed in the coordinated search operations. So this shows that they are in an all-out mission to neutralize those who have killed the 4 Hindus here in the Dhangri village of the Rajouri, and they intensified searches have also been launched in the upper areas, those dense forest area, because there happens to be a high probability that the terrorists could have taken a place there or have occupied some height, so that they can escape from the radar of the security forces. The entire area has been put under the cordon. Whenever and wherever you will see. Yes.
Gursimran, I wanted to ask you about the kind of weapons that these terrorists were carrying. You were speaking to some of those people who unfortunately faced the brunt of this brutal attack, and they were describing to you what they believe was the appearance, perhaps, the kind of weapons they were carrying. Are they in it for the long haul? Those are questions that perhaps the security forces will have topmost on their mind right now.
See, coming to what the kind of weapon they have used, what it primarily seems that it is a 7.62 mm bullet of the AK-47 that was used. So AK-47 or AK-74, AK-56 means EK series rifle was used to target the Hindus in the Dangri village of the Rajouri. Now coming to whether they were coming for a long haul, the answer what it seems as of now is yes, because both of them were carrying a huge backpacks with them. Possibly they are carrying the arms and ammunition, and the security agencies, some of the intelligences are also not ruling out the angle of them being the Fidayeen attackers, because when any terrorist exposes his location, then he comes under the radar of the security forces. And what they have done is open thing that they are now prone to the security forces searches. That means they are ready for a face-to-face combat with the forces, or possibly planning a major terror strike somewhere else. So this is the angle where the security agencies are working and looking into. Senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police are reaching here in a short while from now, in another hour or so from Jammu, and then we can expect that some developments will be shared. But yes, some of the key developments in the investigation has taken place that we will breaking in a short while. Yes.
All right, Gursimran, bringing us all those updates. Thank you for joining us for the moment. Of course, we will keep touching base with Gursimran through the day as this cordon and search operation moves forward. And here's a quick look now at what else is making news this morning. In fact, there is widespread anger among the Jain community. The community held a rally in the national capital towards Rashtrapati Bhavan. This comes after the Jharkhand government announced its decision to turn Sri Samed Shikharji, one of the country's most important Jain pilgrimage sites, into an eco-tourism destination, as well as a desecration of the holy site of Palitana in Gujarat.
जिन्होंने सारी दुनिया को अहिंसा सिखाई, जिन्होंने सारी दुनिया को अहिंसा सिखाई, और उस अहिंसा समाज को वो ये लोग हिंसक तरीके से अंदर बंद कर रहे हैं, उन्हें शर्म आनी चाहिए, शर्म।
2 people have been killed and 14 others injured in a fire that broke out after a blast in a boiler at a chemical plant in Maharashtra's Nasik. Rescue operations continued. The incident took place at around 11:30 yesterday in the local unit of Mudhigaon, located on the Nasik-Mumbai highway. A huge controversy broke out after the Haryana Sports Minister Sandeep Singh was booked in a sexual harassment case. This comes after he sexually allegedly harassed his junior female coach soon after the Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar chaired a key meeting at his residence. Amid sexual harassment charges and the controversy that surrounds it, the Sports Minister of Haryana gave up his ministry and resigned. He said, "I'm ready to cooperate with the investigation."
आप सबको पता है कि एक माहौल क्रिएट किया गया है मेरी छवि को ख़राब करने के लिए, और एक खेल विभाग के जूनियर कोच ने जो एलिगेशंस, गलत फॉल्स एलिगेशंस लगाए हैं, उसकी मैं चाहूँगा कि अच्छे से जांच हो। जांच चल भी रही है, और जब भी उसकी रिपोर्ट आती है, उस रिपोर्ट के बाद एक नैतिकता के कारण, एक इंसानियत के कारण मैं अपना खेल विभाग जो है वो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को सौंपता हूँ, और जो भी रिपोर्ट आए।
Now, even as the minister resigned, of course, and was booked under the harassment clauses, the victim spoke out. She demanded strict action against Sandeep Singh. Well, the victim, of course, has demanded a strict action against the former minister.
चीज़ें काफ़ी हर कोई बता रहा है, लेकिन सर ये लड़ाई अभी हाल फिलहाल मैं अकेली हूँ तो मेरी अपनी लड़ाई है, लेकिन ऐसे हैं काफ़ी लोग हैं, लेकिन शायद वो सामने आने से अभी घबरा रहे हैं। पर मुझे पूरी उम्मीदें हैं कि जैसे ये इंसान इस्तीफ़ा देगा, ये सलाखों के पीछे होगा, तो शायद वो लोग भी आएंगे, ज़रूर आएंगे वो सामने।
Now, following the sexual harassment charges against the sports minister, the Haryana Home Minister Anil Vij has taken cognizance of the matter and said that he hopes justice will be served.
सुनिए उनकी सारी बात, ध्यानपूर्वक सुनिए। मैं मंत्री जी से भी बात करूंगा और मुख्यमंत्री जी से भी बात करेंगे। और बिल्कुल इंसाफ करेंगे इस मामले में।
Now, a big twist has in the Rishabh Pant road accident case after the DDCA pothole claim. The National Authority of India swung into action and started filling potholes in Roorkee. The Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami arrived at the Max Hospital in Dehradun to meet Rishabh Pant and his family. Meanwhile, Pant is undergoing treatment in Dehradun. And a woman was killed after she was hit by a car and then dragged for a few kilometers on the road, being entangled in the wheels. The police in Delhi have said that the girl was dragged for several kilometers, with the DCW chief now asking for serious action to be taken. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, it is the second stampede at Chandrababu Naidu's event in 5 days. Who will take responsibility?
I'm Gursimran Singh in Jammu, and this is Republic.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
जैन समाज की तरफ से ये प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेश शिखर जी, जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूँ और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
जैन समाज की तरफ से ये प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेश शिखर जी, जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन कर
A quick recap of the top headlines at 8:30 this morning. Second stampede at Chandrababu Naidu's event in 5 days. Who will take responsibility? 3 dead and many injured in Guntur stampede during Chandrababu Naidu's public meeting. Horrific hit-and-run case in the national capital. A 20-year-old is mowed down and dragged for nearly 4 kilometers. 5 are arrested. 20-year-old victim's family alleges foul play, but the police denies these allegations as the family asks for CBI investigation. 3 dead and 10 injured in a suspected terror attack in Rajouri. Initial reports suggest that minorities were targeted. Terrorists hurl a grenade at a CRPF vehicle in Srinagar. Cordon and search operations are launched. Welcome back. You are watching Republic TV now. The Telugu Desam Party chief Chandrababu Naidu has expressed shock and horror at the incident at his rally in Guntur, where unfortunately 3 people lost their lives in a stampede. Now, this is the second such incident that has been reported from a political meeting of the TDP. Now, what we're given to understand is from that the former Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister has now announced 5 lakh rupees of financial aid for the bereaved. The incident comes just 3 days after 8 people were killed during a similar event in Nellore in southern Tamil Nadu. Now, this incident, of course, took place at Guntur. This was a political rally of Chandrababu Naidu. Questions, of course, being raised over crowd management at these political rallies. Pictures on your screen are of what happened. Where the people, of course, were trying to escape, and several of them, unfortunately, were wounded. Now, the last reports seem to suggest that about 3 people have been confirmed dead. There are several, of course, who are still injured and are receiving treatment at various hospitals. Aneri is reporting on this. She joins us live right now. Good morning, Aneri. Aneri, now what we are given to understand is that Chandrababu Naidu, of course, has expressed, anguish at what happened. But the other part of the story, Aneri, is also that it brings into sharp question, the kind of crowd control arrangements that are made at these big rallies. If it was the first incident, one would have, perhaps said that they were unaware that the crowd could be so loud. But given the fact that this is the second incident, questions being raised about, the administration as well.
Definitely a lot of questions being raised in regard with the security arrangements, the crowd management, and also the law and order situation. Well, this is not the first incident which we have been seeing. On the 28th of December, we had seen that in Nellore in Andhra Pradesh, there were 8 people who died due to stampede and 6 others were injured. But now what we are seeing is that this is another incident where TDP chief was holding a public meeting. He was addressing the public meeting where there was a huge gathering which came together there as he was going to distribute some sort of a token of gift for the Sankranti festival to the people, and that is the reason why we saw that large number of people had gathered, but then the situation went out of hands. There was a massive stampede-like situation which was reported there, leading to the death of 3 people, and several others were injured in this. And also at the same time, what we have been seeing is that the blame game now has begun over this incident which has been reported in Guntur, and earlier also there was an incident which was reported in Nellore in Andhra Pradesh. So now the YSRCP has been blaming the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu over the loss of life of the people, and also at the same time now we see that the Telugu Desam Party is blaming the YSRCP government here in the state of Andhra Pradesh, saying that there's no proper security arrangements, there's no proper law and order situation, and that is the reason why this has been happening. Well, we also see that the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu has announced an expenditure of rupees 5 lakh to the 3 who have lost their life in Guntur and yesterday, and also at the same time Jagan Mohan Reddy, the Andhra Pradesh chief minister, has also announced an expenditure of rupees 2 lakhs and also 50,000 rupees for the injured. So now definitely we'll have to see what exactly has transpired, because police officials have now registered a case. They are also looking into the matter. Last night also they were there at the spot, what exactly had happened, because the situation was completely out of hands, Nupur, where we see that people had gathered in large numbers.
Now, Aneri, for the benefit of our viewers, explain to us, the permissions that are required for these political rallies, and thereafter, the kind of measures that have also that need to be put in by the state administration, because the blame game between political parties will go on for as long. But the fact is that, blame also needs to be affixed on the administration.
That's right. Political parties have been blaming each other, but then also at the same time we see that there was a permission which was granted for holding this public meeting. And also not to forget, Chandrababu Naidu is not holding this public meeting for the first time. He has been doing it since last many months. He has been trying to highlight the issues against the government of Andhra Pradesh, against Jagan Mohan Reddy, and not to forget there are elections here in the state of Andhra Pradesh in 2024, state assembly elections. So definitely now it's a tough battle between the TDP and the YSRCP, but not at the cost of the people's life. And that is the reason why we also see that Chandrababu Naidu the other day had also raised a lot of questions in connection with the law and order situation. But now we also have been seeing that the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu has announced an ex gratia of rupees 5 lakhs, whereas the TDP leaders have been blaming it on the YSRCP government, and also they have been saying that they are not providing proper security arrangements, no proper facilities are being arranged, is what the TDP leaders have to say.
All right, Aneri, for the moment, thank you very much for joining us. Aneri, of course, is continuing to bring us reports from Guntur, where this unfortunate incident was reported from. In fact, let's take a look in detail as to what happened. And this stampede, of course, has left 3 people dead.
In Guntur, a political event by the TDP chief turned deadly. A stampede has killed at least 3 and left several injured.
We are here in Kandakur reporting from where TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu is here meeting the family members of the deceased, and also at the same time TDP chief has handed over the financial assistance checks to the family members of the deceased. And also at the same time we have been seeing that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also announced an ex gratia of rupees 2 lakhs to the deceased and 50,000 rupees compensation. And also at the same time we see that the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu is right now meeting the family members of the deceased, and also he has expressed that he has said that this incident is very sad, and also we stand by the family members. As you can see right now, Chandrababu Naidu is meeting the family members. He is leaving and he will now be visiting other places. Also every village he will be visiting. And also at the same time we have been seeing that there is a massive face-off between the YSRCP and the TDP over this tragic incident which has been reported in Kandakur in Andhra Pradesh.
This stampede comes 4 days after a similar stampede in Nellore that killed 8 people. The police in Andhra Pradesh is taking stock of the matter, but question remains, who is responsible? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, even as there's a political storm over the announcement from the Assam Chief Minister over the merger of 4 districts of the state of Assam, the Chief Minister has said that there is nothing political about this delimitation exercise.
A day after announcing the merger of 4 districts in the state of Assam,
the way the population is getting increased, and you have seen that how demography has changed in Kerala, Jammu Kashmir, Bengal, in Assam. So I don't dispute his statement, but this is the real problem, and the large Indian community should fight back and should ensure that demography is not changed, and we must implement certain policy so that our demography remains intact.
the Assam Chief Minister made it clear there was nothing political about the upcoming delimitation exercise.
The scope of reconsideration is always there, but this exercise is not attributed to anything the way you want to put it.
Now the Congress is calling it an exercise of polarization.
सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट बीजेपी का है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट बीजेपी का है, इन लोगों का क्या राय है नहीं जानते हैं, लेकिन असम का लोगों का कहना है अगर करना है तो 26 में करिए जहां में सीट बढ़ेगा, तो अगर करना है तो 2011 का एक सेंसस था, उस सेंसस में क्यों नहीं होगा।
So does the AIUDF.
Ultimately, our question is that you do this 24 or 26 once for all, not for twice. So that's why our demand is very clear. You do this as per 2011 census.
The left claims the Assam government is only dedicated to RSS communal politics.
Assam government is a most anti-national, anti-people, anti-minority, anti-Muslim government, and it is totally dedicated to RSS communal politics. So he behaving is like follow that line. There is no doubt about that.
In Kashmir, the PDP is trying to claim database delimitation is a lie under the BJP.
जो डिलिमिटेशन होता था वो नॉन क्रिटिकल होता था और इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया की तरफ से उसको किया जाता था, लेकिन बड़े दुख के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है कि जो जम्मू कश्मीर में हमारा डिलिमिटेशन कमीशन आया था, जो नए सिरे से डिलिमिटेशन हुआ, तो मैं अकेला नहीं कह रहा, या पीडीपी नहीं, हर एक पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ने कहा है कि वो सियासी तौर पे उसको छेड़छाड़ की गई है, किसी एक पर्टिकुलर पार्टी को फ़ायदा देने के लिए वो सब कुछ किया गया।
Fact remains, delimitation is a long pending exercise.
The delimitation process were started once at 2001, but due to I don't know why it was not happening, but it is now delimitation will be there, and we welcome the decision of the election commissioner that delimitation will get one good perfect delimitation process, and thereby will get a perfect constituency.
It's an essential and timely process of a democracy. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A look now at the top international news this morning. The South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol called for new strategies to boost exports for economic improvement in his New Year's address to the nation. Yoon, in fact, emphasized the seriousness of the worsening global economic conditions and the importance of export growth for the country's economy. Sending New Year's wishes to China, Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen extended an olive branch to China, calling for military activities around Taiwan to be replaced by dialogue and cooperation. Taiwan also offered assistance if needed to China as it deals with a surge in COVID-19 numbers. Revelers braved the pouring rain in downtown Los Angeles to welcome the new year. They counted down to 2023 as lights illuminated the city hall and cheered as fireworks lit the skies. Notably, it was the first in-person New Year celebration in Los Angeles since 2019. China marked the first day of the 2023 with a flag-raising ceremony at the Tiananmen Square. People gathered in Beijing's Tiananmen Square to watch an honor guard raise the national flag. North Koreans turned out in large numbers in the snowy capital of Pyongyang to mark the start of the new year. Crowds climbed the Mansu Hill in the center of the city to lay flowers and bow to statues of past leaders Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-il-sung in a ceremonial show of respect. EU's chief Ursula von der Leyen has visited Brigana as Croatia switched to the euro and removed dozens of border checkpoints to join the world's largest passport-free travel area. Von der Leyen was received by the Croatian Prime Minister Andrej Plenković. Multiple blasts rocked Kyiv and other areas in Ukraine, killing at least one person and wounding 14 others. Ukrainian officials claim that Russia was now deliberately targeting civilians, seeking to create a climate of fear to see out the year grimly. Lebanon's Navy and the UN peacekeepers rescued more than 200 migrants from a boat sinking in the Mediterranean Sea hours after it left northern Lebanon's coast. Reportedly, however, 2 migrants were killed in the incident. Alleging that she was drugged and sexually assaulted in 1986, another woman has sued the comedian actor Bill Cosby. The NBC Universal and other companies on Friday in New York, where 5 other women filed similar lawsuits earlier this month. Pope Francis prayed for his predecessor's passage to heaven as he presided over a special New Year's Day Mass at St. Peter's Basilica, a day after the Pope Emeritus Benedict the 16th died in a retirement home at the Vatican. You are with Republic TV. On the other side, it's a horrific hit-and-run case that's been reported from the national capital. A 20-year-old is mowed down and dragged for 4 kilometers. 4 dead and 10 injured in a suspected terror attack in Rajouri. Initial reports suggest minorities were the target.
I am Priyanka Sharma from Gujarat, and this is Republic.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
जैन समाज की तरफ से यह प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेश शिखर जी जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
जैन समाज की तरफ से यह प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेश शिखर जी जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस
Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV. Now, in a suspected terror attack, 4 civilians were killed and 5 others were injured after armed men entered a village in the Rajouri district of Jammu and Kashmir. Security forces, of course, currently are conducting cordon and search operations in the wide area that surrounds this village. We are given to understand that intensive operations were launched after reports of this attack first came in. Gursimran is bringing us the latest from the attack site. Gursimran, take us through what's happening around here. We're given to understand that the cordon and search operations, of course, are on, and we can see those pictures on our screens. But this is a very densely forested area, isn't it? So how difficult is it going to be for security forces to scour this large area?
Yes, right now we are in the Dangri village where the cordon and the search operations are on, and since this area is a densely forested area, now the security forces are using the drones for the area surveillance. This is being done by the Indian Army to ensure that the terrorists don't get the cover under the water bodies or the dense forest that is here in the area. And for the same, the specialized drones that have been brought in here are being used, and also the massive cordon and the search operations that are being launched. You will find the movement of the security forces in every nook and the corner of the area, because the security forces are trying to ensure that those 3 terrorists, 2 to 3 terrorists, 2 being said initially, possibly one of the handler was somewhere else. So those terrorists, the security forces are trying to identify at an earliest and also to neutralize them, as also being said by the Jammu Police Chief Mukesh Singh, that we are trying to ensure that both terrorists are neutralized at an earliest, because this is the killings of the minority that has been carried out in a well-planned planned manner, because the terrorists came, they checked the Aadhaar card of those who were inside, and when they found that they are Hindus, then they are attacked. Entire area has been put under the cordon. If Sarjeevan can show you that the Indian Army has been deployed in every nook and the corner of the area, and they are also giving a real-time update to the headquarters about what is being monitored and what is happening on ground. Real-time monitoring is being done not only by the police but also by the Indian Army and the sister intelligence agencies. There is a regular march of the security forces in the low-lying areas as well as in the upper reaches. Since this is a densely forested area and the sunlight has come a couple of minutes back, now the security forces are eyeing to intensify the search operations that are on there, because this is the perfect time the security forces can track those two terrorists who carried out the brutal killing in the Dangri village. That how these people, those from the Hindu community living in the three different houses, if Sarjeevan can show you, that is the first house that was targeted, and the second house is just right to me. This is the second house that has been attacked by the terrorist, and now the drone surveillance being done. See, this is the sophisticated drones of the Indian Army that are being used for the area surveillance by the Indian Army, so as to find out and also to look into the remote areas of the Dhangri in Rajouri to find out what is actually happening. Now it will be sent on another sortie by the troops of the Indian Army. This is being done so as to ensure that those water bodies, the nalas and the densely forested areas, they are thoroughly checked, and only then they will get a major clue that how these terrorists have taken somewhere shield, because what the agencies suspect that the drones are being used so to find this hiding terrorist in the area, and also the battery is being changed, and then it will be sent for the another sortie by the Indian Army to find out, to trace those terrorists who are still hiding in the area. Yes, and we will be continuing.
This is Samiksha Srivastava reporting from Mumbai, and this is Republic.
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
जैन समाज की तरफ से यह प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेत शिखर जी, जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
look at the top sports news this morning as BCCI convened a review meeting of the team in Mumbai to review India's dismal performance in the ICC T20 World Cup, where India lost badly in the semi-final match to England by 10 wickets. The board announced that it has shortlisted 20 players for the ICC World Cup 2023 in October to be held in India. Sri Lanka's white ball cricket team has left the country for their tour of India, which kickstarts Tuesday. The tour comprises of 3 T20s and as many one-day internationals. Sri Lanka will be touring India from the 3rd to the 15th of January. Pakistan and New Zealand will be targeting a much-awaited test victory and leave a disappointing 2022 behind in the red ball cricket when they lock horns in the second test of their 2-match series from Monday. Earlier, New Zealand had made a strong bid to chase down 138 in the last hour of the first test on Friday. Najam Sethi chaired the second meeting of Pakistan's Cricket Control Board at the National High Performance Centre, where it was decided to continue the Pakistan Junior League and to revive the Junior Series on home and away basis in order to provide a pathway for young high-performing cricketers. The Sydney Football Club were back to winning ways after a comfortable 2-0 victory over Newcastle Jets on Sunday. The win moves Sydney up 6 spots to 5th position in the A-League. Abdul Aziz Al Shahrani's goal in the 91st minute secured a 2-all draw for Damac against their hosts Al Hilal in the 11th round of the Roshan Saudi League. Al Shahrani took advantage of Al Hilal's goalkeeper's mistake and put the ball in the back of the empty net. And the game between Spain and Espanyol turned testy, with referee Antonio Mateo losing his control and showing a second yellow card to Barcelona defender Jordi Alba for protesting in the 78th, Espanyol's Vinicius Souza for fouling a home player on the break of the 80th. Table toppers Arsenal have consolidated their lead at the top of the English Premier League after a comprehensive 4-2 victory over Brighton. Arsenal took the lead within 2 minutes of the start of the game thanks to Bukayo Saka's clinical finish. Before half-time, Martin Odegaard scored and Eddie Nketiah made it 2 goals in 2 games since replacing the injured Gabriel Jesus. You are watching Republic TV. On the other side, it's a horrific hit-and-run case that's been reported from the national capital. A 22-year-old is killed and dragged for nearly 4 kilometers. 5 arrested. The victim's family alleges foul play, but the police denies these allegations.
This is Rukma Datta reporting from Delhi, and this is Republic.
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
जैन समाज की तरफ से यह प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेश शिखर जी, जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
जैन समाज की तरफ से यह प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेत शिखर जी जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने जैन समाज की तरफ से यह प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेत शिखर जी जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
Viewers, a very good morning. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Shivangi Shukla. This Monday morning, we'll get you all the top updates. But before that, the top stories we're tracking right now. Second Stampede at Chandrababu Naidu's event in 5 days. Who will take the responsibility? Horrific hit-and-run case in national capital. 20-year-old mowed down and dragged for 4 kilometers. 5 arrested. Victim's family alleges foul play, but police refuse. Family demands CBI investigation. Yet another cowardly attack in Jammu and Kashmir. 4 shot dead within 10 minutes. In Rajouri. Big focus on notes ban. Top court to pronounce a judgment on the demonetization. Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi Shahi Eidgah case in court today. Court to decide on survey timings. Viewers, let's go to our top story right now. 20-year-old woman died in the horrific Delhi hit-and-run case on December 31st after her scooty collided with a car and she was dragged for a considerable amount of time, considerable distance as well. Republic spoke to her family, who has claimed that it was not an accident. They claim the scooty and the body has been found in 2 different places, further alleging something wrong must have happened with her, viewers. So this is the Delhi hit and run case in which a 20-year-old woman died after a scooty collided with her car, and that car dragged her. That car dragged the 20-year-old woman for several kilometers on December 5th, and this has happened on December 31st, and this has shocked the city. This incident has shocked the city. The Republic TV has also accessed the CCTV footage of the car going down the road. Let's go ahead to Piyush Hori, who's joining us live right now. And Piyush, this incident has shocked the city because a 20-year-old was dragged for several kilometers, not 1 kilometer, several kilometers. Piyush, what do we know so far right now about this case and the investigation?
Well, you rightly mentioned, Shivangi, that this case has actually shaken the national capital. In fact, this has once again reaffirmed the dubious distinction of the national capital of how unsafe it is for women. But now it seems that this incident can be more than what meets the eye, and it perhaps may not have been mishap. We are reporting from the house of Anjali, that unfortunate woman who lost her life in that fateful night of 1st January, where she reportedly met with an accident and was then dragged for more than 4 kilometers. But over here, I want to again reassert that it might now seem that it may not be accident, because the family members are claiming that this is a clear case where it is where Anjali was raped and then murdered brutally. In fact, I will just like to tell you that one of the 5 accused, there are 5 accused who have been apprehended by the Delhi police, and one of the 5 accused has been identified as Manoj Mittal. Now he supposedly is a ration dealer who is working in P Block Sultanpuri, but he's also a BJP worker, and this is what the family members are claiming. Because he is a BJP worker, he has some influence, and that's why he is being shielded by the Delhi police. I would just like my Vijay Narudeshwar to just show you the image of Manoj Mittal, one of the accused who has been apprehended by the Delhi police. You can see this person who is fat person is Manoj Mittal, and it has been written very boldly over here that भाई मनोज मित्तल को भाजपा अवार्ड 42 मंगोलपुरी का सह संयोजक बनाने पर हार्दिक धन्यवाद. So you can understand over here that this person, this accused, has got a political influence, and this is what now is being expressed very openly by the family members of Anjali, that because he has political influence, he is being shielded. In fact, I'm also going to have a word with the family members to get you a sense of what they actually feel and why they feel that now there should be a thorough investigation that should be done in this case, and why it is important that there are more questions now that needs to be answered by the Delhi police. Let us just have a word with them. आपका नाम क्या है?
अनिल लांबा.
आप अंजलि से किस प्रकार से रिलेटेड है सर?
मैं उनका मौसा लगता हूँ.
आपको लगता है कि ये एक्सीडेंट नहीं है?
एक्सीडेंट बनाया जा रहा है, पुलिस वाले बना रहे हैं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है.
आपको ऐसा क्यों लगता है?
लगता है कि एक्सीडेंट होता, छोटी गाड़ी है, 10-10 किलोमीटर बार बार यू टर्न घुमा के गाड़ी के नीचे आता है, पता नहीं लगता आपको. 1-2 किलो का है वो, तो 40-50 किलो वजन की लड़की, मालूम नहीं था. ये जानबूझ के एक्सीडेंट बना रहा है, ये कुछ उसके साथ गलत हुआ और बाद में इसको एक्सीडेंट बना रहे हैं. ये दबाने की कोशिश चल रही है इनके मामले की, पुलिस वाले दबा रहे हैं इस मामले में.
आपने बोला है कि मनोज मित्तल जो एक अक्यूज है, इसमें जो अक्यूज है उसको बचाया जा रहा है क्योंकि वो भाजपा से संबंधित है. आपने मेरे को वो भी दिखाया है. क्यों लगता है आपको, और आपको लगता है कि उसने पैसे देकर ऐसे कुछ किया है?
बिल्कुल, हमें ऐसा लगता है कि पैसे खिलाकर पुलिस वालों को मुंह बंद किया, केस को दबाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. तो गरीब परिवार लड़के गरीब परिवार की, उसको तलाने वाली वो अकेली है. 6-7 लोगों को वही खिलाती थी, कुछ भी अगर का खर्चा उठाती थी. अब वो तो है नहीं. अब ये पुलिस वालों को सेटिंग करके ले देके इस मामले को बंद करवा रहे, रोड एक्सीडेंट बना रहे हैं इसको.
मैं भी मौसा हूँ लड़की का.
आप किस प्रकार से रिलेटेड है अंजलि से?
मैं उसका मौसा लगता हूँ. हाँ जी. हाँ, मौसा लगता हूँ मैं लड़की का. हाँ जी. और ये है ना केस, ये केस बनाया गया है. हमें लगता है ये मर्डर का मामला है.
So you can see over here that the family members are now making a stunning revelations that this is all a cover-up which is being done by the Delhi police. This is not an accident, but this is a clear case where Anjali, a 20-year-old, was murdered after being sexually assaulted. So yes, many questions now needs to be answered by the Delhi police, and it will be interesting to see that what course of investigation here on will be taken by the Delhi police. Back to you in the studio.
Right. Piyush, Ori, stay with us. You're reporting live from the accident site. And I also want to go across to Tanisha, who's joining us live as well. Tanisha, now we know that the first information that the Delhi DCP is saying, telling Republic, is that what happened was a person was dragged by the car. And we also know, this is what the police is saying, that they had collided, that the car had collided with a scooty and they were not aware that the victim had come under the vehicle and was dragged. So this is exactly what the accused are saying right now. Go ahead and tell us what do you know about this update.
Very, very good morning to you, Shivangi. A very tragic start to the New Year's, we might say. Yes, there are now the accused have given their version of why and how the incident happened. Like you said, the accused did tell the cops that it was because they thought that they had hit the scooty and the girl might have stood up for herself and then sided by the lane is when they moved forward. But when the cops asked them about if they didn't feel something under their car which was getting dragged, they said there were bumpers on the road and this could happen, this is usually happening, so they didn't feel anything was there under the car. But the question is, if they did collide with the scooty, why didn't they care about getting out from the car and having a look if the girl was safe and sound? Now another angle coming to this story is about the intoxicated state that the 5 accused were in. Remember, the blood samples were collected of the 5 accused, and today the results were come out which will get us clear about the fact if the 5 accused were in an intoxicated state or not. And if it was, right now we only have cases on death due to negligence on these 5 accused, and if intoxication is what comes out in the report and the blood samples, then it will be clear that it is a hit and run case totally with intoxication by the 5 accused. So clearly a very tragic incident coming to the fore, where right now Piyush Ohri, our colleague, has managed to get a very big lead, which says that one of the accused in this case is a BJP member. So clearly allegations of the parents, of the family members of the victim also alleges that she was not just murdered but she was also raped. Now if we can't, the visuals of that girl are so dreaded that we cannot show it to our viewers, but reports are claiming that the condition of the body was so worse that her abdomen skin was taken out, her right knee bone was outside, and it was in a condition that nobody could even look at. So in such a dreaded condition, the accused managed to flee after dragging her for several kilometers, as you were saying. So this is a really tragic incident coming to fore. Picture will only be clear soon after the post-mortem is conducted. We are right now moving towards Sanjay Gandhi Hospital, where her post-mortem will be conducted, and then it will be clear if she was only murdered or if she was sexually assaulted by the accused as well. Shivangi.
Right, Tanisha. Thank you for getting us those details. And viewers, very shocking details coming out. In fact, we'll talk a little bit more about it. We'll talk about what the DCW chief Swati Maliwal has said as well. But before that, I just want our viewers to have a look at this conversation that Piyush Ohri has had with the family members of the victim.
आप उनके मामा हैं अंजलि के, आपको लगता है कि ये एक्सीडेंट नहीं हुआ है, शायद कुछ और है, आप थोड़ा बताइए विस्तार में, आप क्या बताना चाहते हैं?
सर, उसके साथ गलती हुआ है, वो तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन बोल रहे हैं कि पुलिस वाले चल रही है, पर ऐसा कुछ नहीं हो रहा। ठीक है, 24 घंटे हो गए, बच्चे को दिखाया भी नहीं है, घर वालों को, हमारे को, किसी को नहीं दिखाया। 24 घंटे परसों 9 बजे हमारी बहन ने फ़ोन किया था अंजलि को कि बेटा कब आएगी सब्जी के लिए, तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ। फिर वो कह रही 10:30 बजे दोबारा फ़ोन किया, फ़ोन स्विच ऑफ गया 10:30 बजे, फिर नहीं मिला, फिर सुबह 7 बजे करा तब भी नहीं मिला। पुलिस प्रशासन कहता है कि ये एक्सीडेंट है, ठीक है, और लड़की को इतनी दूर तक।
आपको पुलिस का फ़ोन कितने बजे आया था कल?
इनके पास सुबह 7 बजे से 8 बजे के बीच में आया था कि जी ये गाड़ी है, वेरीफाई हुई है, स्कूटी थी जुपिटर, तो वो इनके नाम पे है, रेखा के नाम पे। पुलिस वाला बोल रहा था कि इस रोड पे हादसा हुआ है, तो जो भी था इसमें ख़त्म हो गया है। पर पहले प्रशासन का यही तो होता है, अगर कोई ख़त्म हो गया तो उसके परिजनों को मिलवाया जाए कि पहचान के लिए, बट ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं हुआ।
आपसे को पुलिस क्यों नहीं मिलवा रही? उनसे कोई दलील दे रही है पुलिस की आपको क्यों नहीं मिलवा रही? क्योंकि अब 24 घंटे से भी ज़्यादा हो गया है, अब तो मिला देना चाहिए, क्यों नहीं मिला रही?
पुलिस वाले उन मुजरिमों का पूरी सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, जो भी है, कोई ये नहीं कि मतलब कि इनको मिलवाया हो, थाने में ले जाके इनको बिठा दिया 2-3 घंटे तक।
आपको क्यों लगता है कि पुलिस वाले उनका साथ दे रही है? आपको लगता है वो रसूखदार है, वो अमीर है, इसलिए उनका साथ दे रही है?
यस, उसके अंदर एक बीजेपी का बंदा है, उसके साथ उनके अंदर वो इन्वॉल्व है इस केस में, मनोज मित्तल, उसका बाहर बोर्ड भी लगा हुआ है, बीजेपी का मोटा सा आदमी है, उस केस को दबाने के लिए वो पूरी सपोर्ट कर रहा है वो इंसान।
मनोज मित्तल आपको लगता है कि उस गाड़ी में भी था?
गाड़ी में है, बंद है वो तो, 5 बंदों में बंद है वो तो, थाने में बंद है जब तो बंदे ने कुछ ना कुछ अंदर कुछ ना कुछ घोटाला करा है, पुलिस वालों से मिल गए। SHO ने तो मीडिया को भी धक्का दिया है जब मीडिया अंदर घुसी है, और इस कारण ये रात में इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने गए और वहाँ पे चश्मदीद गवाह ने ये कहा कि मतलब कि आगे 3-4 बार ये गाड़ी 20 की स्पीड में, बॉडी नीचे पड़ी थी, 20 की स्पीड में घूमी है, 4 चक्कर लगा है, यू टर्न लिया है, तो पुलिस वाले कहाँ थे उस दौरान? मतलब नए साल भी था, पुलिस की इतनी सिक्योरिटी होने के बावजूद भी ये इस वारदात को अंजाम, इतना भयानक हादसा, ये तो मिली जुली सरकार वो हो रही है।
मैं आपसे एक और चीज़ पूछना चाहता हूँ। आप बोल रहे हैं कि इसे मनोज मित्तल जो अक्यूज्ड है वो बीजेपी से उसके संबंध है, इसलिए उसको पुलिस बचा रही है। मैं आपसे एक और चीज़ पूछना चाहता हूँ कि क्या मनोज मित्तल किसी तरह से अंजलि को जानता था पहले या कभी?
सर ऐसा तो हमारे को नहीं पता, ऐसा हमारे को कुछ नहीं पता, बट इधर ही आसपास का है तो क्या पता। अब इस केस की अगर इस केस की छानबीन अगर CBI अच्छी तरह करे, हम तो सरकार से ही चाहते हैं कि केस की छानबीन हो और इंसाफ मिले।
आपको पुलिस वालों ने बुलाया है पोस्टमार्टम के लिए भी?
पुलिस वालों ने हमारे को कुछ नहीं बोला, बस ये बताया कि कल पोस्टमार्टम होगा, उन्होंने IO का नंबर भी नहीं दिया।
सर ये एक बहुत ही दुखदाई ह्यूमन स्टोरी है जिसमें एक 20 साल की बच्ची है, जो हमें मालूम है कि दिल्ली बहुत ही अनसेफ शहर है वुमेन के लिए, लेकिन वो रात को जा रही है क्योंकि वो अपने परिवार का पालन पोषण करना चाहती है। थोड़ा अपने परिवार के बारे में बताइए और हमें बताइए कि किस प्रकार से अंजलि ने इतनी मुश्किलों के साथ आपको पालन पोषण किया।
जी, उस लड़की ने घर की आदमी थी, वो अपना घर का पालन पोषण करने के लिए वही लड़की थी, जैसे मर्जी कर करके अपने छोटे भाइयों को पाल रही थी। ये हादसा बहुत दर्दनाक है, इसमें हम सरकार से यही चाहते हैं कि ये केस CBI को सौंपा जाए, पुलिस प्रशासन के ऊपर हमारे को कुछ भरोसा नहीं है।
कितने भाई बहन थे अंजलि के?
अंजलि के 6 भाई बहन थे, 4 बहन 2 भाई, ये दूसरे नंबर की अंजलि थी।
क्या क्या करते थे उनके बहन और भाई अभी के?
नहीं, वही लड़की अकेली करती थी, बड़ी बहन की 2, एक की छोटी की शादी करी, एक की बड़ी की शादी करी, बड़ी लड़की ये थी, और तो 3 भाई।
All right, viewers, so we heard that conversation that Rajouri has had with the family members. Now, the DCW chief Swati Maliwan has summoned the DCP outer over the hit-and-run case. Maliwan said the woman was dragged on the road for around 7 to 8 kilometers. She said the body was found on the road without any clothes as well, viewers. So this is a story we are tracking right now, and we'll get you all the updates as we know of them breaking first here on Republic TV. Let's move on to the other story we're tracking right now. In a suspected terror attack, 4 civilians, they have been killed and 5 others were injured after armed men entered a village in the Rajouri district of Jammu and Kashmir. So we're learning about this case which has happened. There were 3 civilians were killed, 7 injured in this incident, viewers. This happened in Rajouri district in Jammu and Kashmir. Also, we know that 2 armed men allegedly opened fire, leading to casualties and injuries. Meanwhile, Jammu and Kashmir police and army have launched a search operation right now. We also know that the deceased have been identified as Deepak Kumar, Pritam Lal and Satish Kumar. And the police has said that there are some critically injured who are being airlifted to Jammu for specialized treatment. Let's go ahead to Gursimran, who's joining us live right now. Gursimran, take us through what we know about this firing incident in Rajouri, which has left 3 people dead, 7 locals injured. Who is behind this terror attack?
Yes. See the visuals we are getting it. Senior officials of the Indian Army too have arrived here at the spot. The choppers are landing with each and every passing minute. The senior officials of the Indian Army landing here in the Rajouri, where this unfortunate incident has taken place, where the terrorists have taken away the lives of 4 Hindu civilians after identifying them via their ID cards, and intensified searches are underway. Drones being used, senior officials being rushed to the Rajouri site, and and also the massive search operations that have been launched by the Indian Army. The Indian Army jawans and officials, they are in the positions to counter any kind of plot of the enemy. They are using the air surveillance via drone, and also the ambushes they have installed here. See that the jawans of the Indian Army, they are placed in a combat positions. They are in the positions to tackle any kind of attempt by the enemy. The ambush has been installed by the Indian Army, and now this will continue till the time those two terrorists are neutralized by the security forces. These two terrorists who are still at large, they are deadly terrorists as they are carrying a huge cache of arms and ammunition. That how they were planning to carry out a massacre kind of incident in the Rajouri village of the Jammu and Kashmir, and you will find the visible movement of the security forces, that how the Indian Army jawans, they are moving from one place to another as and when they are getting the directions from those who have been deployed in the forward area based on the inputs they are generating via drones, because drones are playing a very key role when it comes to these kind of operations. Since the terrorists are taking the advantage of the dense forest cover, now the drones have been pressed into the service, and also what the security forces are doing, that they are following each and every input really very seriously, that the movement of the force is done in accordance with the input that is being generated by the drone as well as the human intelligence, so that those two terrorists, those who are heavily armored, they can be neutralized at an earliest. Yes, Shivangi.
Right. All right. So we know the firing ended within 10 minutes, and the firing took place at 3 houses separated at a distance of around 50 meters each from each other. We know these things. Now, do we know that, which organization or which terror outfit do these terrorists belong to?
Shivangi, after speaking to some of the officials in the intelligence agencies and also what is running on the dark web by these terror groups, we can say that this is a group of Jaish-e-Mohammed that has carried out this act of terror in the area, and also this group is heavily armored with 2 terrorists. There is a high possibility of presence of more than one group in the area. This is something that is coming out very recently, that there is a visible presence of more than one group in the area. So the police and the security forces not have to tackle these 2 terrorists, but there is likely presence of some more terrorists in the area that could also pose a challenge. But the security forces are on an all-out run against these terrorists, so that they don't carry out any other act of terror. See, these kind of water bodies are here where a terrorist or any terrorist sympathizers, they can easily hide, and so you won't find them even from 5 or 10 feet distance. So that is why the drones are being used for the air surveillance of the area. This is what the modus operandi of the terrorists have been in the past, to hide in the areas, to hide in the water bodies. See, these kind of water bodies are here in this very area that is very tricky to tackle when it comes when the terrorist takes a cover of these water bodies, and that's why the security forces and the Indian Army, they are using the drones to carry out the surveillance of the area. The drones are being pressed in the entire area, multiple drones being used. I'm sure that Sarjeevan is getting the visuals of the drone that is being used by the Indian Army to do the surveillance of the entire area. Shivangi.
Right. Well, Gursimran is getting us all the details exactly from the attack site in Rajouri. These are exclusive images you're watching right now on Republic TV, because Gursimran is getting us the top updates, exclusive images. Thank you, Gursimran. We'll keep an update on the story, keep an eye on the story, and give us all the breaking updates we're getting. We know that 3 people are dead and 7 locals are injured after a firing incident was reported in Rajouri. All right, let's move ahead to what else is making news from across India. Suspected terror attack, 4 civilians were killed and 5 others were injured after armed men entered a village in Rajouri district of Jammu and Kashmir. Three people have died in a stampede during Telugu Assam party's public meeting in Guntur. This comes just a few days after 8 were killed in another stampede during the TDP president and the former chief minister Naidu's rally in Nellore. Second stampede at Chandrababu Naidu's event in 5 days. The TDP national president expressed shock at the incident. at Guntur and announced 5 lakh rupee each as financial assistance to the families who lost their beloved ones. Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy has expressed shock over the stampede which led to the loss of lives at Guntur. Sources claim that the CM Reddy has instructed officials to ensure quality Medicare to those injured and to stand by the families of the deceased. A shocking hit-and-run case from Delhi. A 20-year-old woman died after she was hit and dragged for a few kilometers by a car in the Sultanpuri area. The post-mortem of the 20-year-old girl to be conducted in the Sanjay Gandhi Hospital. Post-mortem of the 20-year-old girl will be conducted very soon today. Mathura court orders a survey of Shahi Eidgah Mosque to be commenced from today, January 2nd. And while the report has to be submitted by January 20th, the court ordered a survey on the claim of the Hindu Sena in Mathura's Sri Krishna Jan Asthan. Sources claim that a terrorist hurled a grenade toward a bunker of the Central Reserve Police Force near Mirza Kamil Chowk in Srinagar, which exploded on the roadside. One civilian sustained injuries and was shifted to the nearby hospital. BJP President JP Nadda is to launch a drive from Chandrapur as part of the party's plan to win 18 difficult seats from Maharashtra in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And Nadda will address rallies at different places, including Chandrapur in East Maharashtra and Aurangabad in the Marathwada region. Supreme Court is scheduled to pronounce its judgment on a batch of pleas challenging the government's 2016 decision to demonetize currency notes of Rs 1,000 and Rs 500 denominations. A 5-judge constitution bench headed by Justice S.A. Nazir is likely to pronounce its verdict on the matter today. TV actor Shazan Khan, accused in the actor Tunisha Sharma's death case, will file the first bail application. Earlier, he was sent to 14-day judicial custody. So far, the police have recorded the statements of 27 people in the matter. Viewers, what's coming up on the other side? We are live breaking this morning. Second stampede at Chandrababu Naidu's event in 5 days. Who will take the responsibility? Plus, big focus on notes ban, top court to pronounce judgment on demonetization. Stay tuned.
This is Shivangi Shukla reporting from Delhi NCR, and this is Republic.
$11,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
जैन समाज की तरफ से यह प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेश शिखर जी, जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
जैन जैन समाज की तरफ से ये प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेत शिखर जी जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग
Viewers, when you use a very bad example to make a very good point, then you leave people confused. There is this item number in a recent movie promo that is being used by some Bollywood celebs to make a case for freedom of expression. Viewers, Bollywood has no moral right to suddenly read scripted and written statements on civil liberties and freedom of expression when they know that they remained quiet every time their own faced serious allegations of sexual abuse. They did not speak up for the victims then, and Bollywood was completely quiet. When in Mumbai, a Navy veteran was thrashed by Uddhav's men for sharing a meme, and when every single human right was violated by successive establishments, they remained quiet. And after being silent and comatose, in fact comatose, not silent, on freedom of expression or civil liberties for decades, now reading a few scripted lines may work in a Bollywood film, but it does not work in real life. Ladies and gentlemen, let's debate.
The headlines at this hour: second stampede at Chandrababu Naidu's event in 5 days. Who will take the responsibility? Horrific hit and run case in national capital. 20-year-old mowed down and dragged for 4 kilometers. 5 arrested. Victim's family alleges foul play, but police refutes. Family demands CBI investigation. Yet another cowardly attack in Jammu and Kashmir. 4 shot dead within 10 minutes in Rajouri. Big focus on notes ban. Top court to pronounce judgment on demonetization today. Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi Shahi Eidgah case in court today. Court to decide on survey timing. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking here on Republic TV. I'm Rukma with you and getting you first the latest updates on the national capital horrific hit and run case. The first reactions of Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi Chief Minister, on the hit and run horrific incident. He has tweeted, and I quote, "What happened to our sister in Kanjawala is very shameful. I hope that the culprits are punished severely." So the Delhi Chief Minister's first reaction to the horrific hit and run case in which a young 20-year-old was dragged nearly 4 kilometers. And Piyush Ori joining us now with this latest update. Piyush Ori, for the latest updates you have, firstly, as far as reactions of the Delhi government are concerned, Arvind Kejriwal's first response. Of course, earlier we had heard the DCW chief, Delhi Commission for Women chief, are also speaking on this matter. Now, we believe that Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has reacted to the incident. It's over to you for all this and also the latest updates in the case. What is the buzz that you're getting, the sense that you're getting? What details are there available on the ground?
So yes, good morning Rukma, and good morning to all our viewers who are viewing us at the moment. You rightly mentioned that after the Delhi Commission of Women Chief Swati Malewal, now the Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, has also reacted to this horrific and a shocking incident, and an incident which has now led to more questions being asked of what actually would have happened that night. The Delhi police may be claiming that this is a mishap, but the family members are quite sure that this is a case where 20-year-old Anjali was first raped. In fact, she was gang raped and then murdered brutally. So yes, the investigation in this case is going on, but the family members are claiming that there is more than what meets the eye. Having said that, the Delhi Chief Minister has also reacted on what has happened on the unfortunate night of 1st January, where Anjali, this 20-year-old girl, died reportedly due to accident. And he has said that the police has registered the case under very light sections. Let me just tell you the sections under which the police has registered the case. The police has registered the case under section 279, which rash driving, and 304A, which means death caused due to rash driving. Now, this is a bailable offence, so which means that all these 5 accused, which have been apprehended by the Delhi police, may come out on bail. So the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has demanded that a thorough investigation should be done on this case, and yes, if required be, the police should book these accused under more stringent sections. So it is now going to be interesting to see that from here on what course of investigation the Delhi police is going to take, because as I told you that the family members are claiming that because there are some people, there are some people and accused who are political links that may be involved in this case, there is a cover-up which is being done by the Delhi police. So how the Delhi police is going to react to this criticism, it is going to be interesting to see from here on. Back to you in the studio.
Well, the call is for justice for this 20-year-old. Of course, the Delhi police right now refuting all charges of there having been a rape. They are still maintaining that this is a hit-and-run case, while the perpetrators claim that they were not even aware even as they dragged the body of a young girl nearly 4 kilometers, maybe even more, on the road on which they were driving. The incident dates back to the 31st of December. So as the year ends on a tragic note for this family, and these are visuals of the spot where it took place. And as far as latest details are concerned, it's said that the young girl was on her way back from work. She was the sole breadwinner of her family. Let's move on now to other news stories that we're tracking. The Telugu Desam Party chief N. Chandrababu Naidu has expressed shock at the stampede that took place during a TDP event attended by him in Guntur, in which 3 women lost their lives and several others were injured. The former Andhra Pradesh chief minister has announced 5 lakhs in financial aid for the bereaved families. The incident comes just 3 days after 8 people were killed during a similar TDP event in Nellore in southern Andhra Pradesh. This is another stampede in which Chandrababu Naidu's TDP is involved. Earlier, we had been reporting how his rivals had said that this is a common occurrence in his rallies, because he wants to build up a hype about the kind of following he has, about the kind of attendance that his rallies have had. Aneri joining us with the latest update on this. Aneri, tragic news about another stampede. Within just a few days, more people suffering as a result. Well, so how true is it, the earlier allegations that, Chandrababu Naidu holds his rallies in small areas in order to hype his following, to give the impression of a huge fan following? Is that in some way responsible for what happened in this particular stampede, in this particular incident?
Well, Rukma, we have been seeing how the incident which was reported on 28th of December in Nellore, and now yet another incident of Stampede was reported from Guntur, where the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest here. Well, it was a program of a foundation which was being held, and the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest, and also they were distributing some gifts as a part of Sankradri festival. The TDP chief was the chief guest, and they were distributing some gifts to the people. And also this is the very ground where you can see that large number of people had gathered. Well, this is the very ground where the public meeting had taken place. TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu had also addressed the public meeting here, but then later as the situation went out of hands, well, we also see that because there were large number of people who gathered, and then there was a huge cry over the gifts being distributed at the back end, and so now you can see how there was a stampede like situation. And this is the very place where there was a lot of movement, and that is why we see that 3 people have lost their life, and also at the same time several others are said to be injured, and they are undergoing treatment at the hospital. But now when we talk about what exactly is happening, because earlier also in Nellore we had seen that similar sort of incident where TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was holding a roadshow, and then we see that 8 people lost their life. And when we talk about the Guntur accident which happened yesterday night, where you can see how they are slippers of people, they were running from here to there because the situation went out of hands. And also at the same time, now definitely a lot of questions being raised in regard with the law and order situation, whereas the TDP says it's the YSRCP government and they are not providing proper facilities, no proper law and order here in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and that is the reason why all of this is happening. Whereas the ruling government, the YSRCP government here, are blaming it on the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu, that despite that such event had happened in Nellore, then why do they hold such huge public meetings and public rallies? Well, this is not the first rally, or this is not the first public meeting which was being led by TDP chief. Earlier also he has been doing similar programs, but then also at the same time, now the larger question remains is that how many people were supposed to attend, because what we see through the visuals which we have accessed very clearly shows that there was large number of crowd. Thousands of people had gathered here. This is very small ground, Rukma, compared to the other grounds, because as per the ground capacity, we see that the people here were in large number, and that led to a stampede like situation, and that is the reason why we see that 3 people have lost their life and several others are injured, and they are undergoing treatment at the hospital. Whereas the police officials were there at the spot. They took stock of the situation, and now further investigation is being done by the police officials.
So Republic, there are my colleague at the Stampede site in Guntur in Andhra Pradesh, where that massive tragedy took place. Another Stampede, a few more lives lost once again. This is a Stampede that took place on last night, even as it was the TDP, the Telugu Desam Party of Chandrababu Naidu, that was holding another rally. Earlier to in Nellore, it was the TDP again that was holding a rally in which 8 people lost their lives. The rivals claim that that huge crowds are collected in small areas on purpose by Chandrababu Naidu in order to present a show of having a huge following or having a huge attendance. What is the truth? But there has to be some accountability. Although ex gratia had been announced by the party itself, relief had been announced by the party itself in the earlier incident, there has to be some accountability. Questions are being raised on crowd control measures that were in place, even as a blame game has begun. Let's move on now to other stories that we're tracking. In a major terror attack, 4 civilians killed, 5 others injured after armed men enter a village in Rajouri district of Jammu and Kashmir. 3 people dead in a stampede during Telugu Desam Party's public meeting in Guntur. This comes just a few days after 8 were killed in another stampede during the TDP president and former Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu's rally in Nellore. Second stampede at Chandrababu Naidu's event in 5 days. TDP national president expresses shock at the incident at Guntur. Announces 5 lakh rupees each as financial assistance to families of those who lost their beloved ones. Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy expresses shock over stampede which led to the loss of lives at Guntur. Sources claim that CM Reddy has instructed officials to ensure quality Medicare to those injured and to stand by the families of the deceased. In a shocking hit-and-run case from Delhi, a 20-year-old woman died after she was hit and dragged for a few kilometers by a car in the Sultanpuri area of the national capital. Postmortem of 20-year-old girl to be conducted in Sanjay Gandhi Hospital. Postmortem of the girl who was dragged after she was hit by the car to be held at the Sanjay Gandhi Hospital today. Mathura court orders a survey of Shahi Eidgah to begin from the 2nd of January, that's today, while the report has to be submitted by January 20th. The court orders survey by Amin on the claim of the Hindu Sena in Mathura's Sri Krishna Janmasthan. Sources claim that terrorists hurled a grenade towards a bunker of the Central Reserve Police Force near Mirza Kamil Chowk in Srinagar, which exploded on the roadside. One civilian sustained injuries and was shifted to a nearby hospital. BJP President JP Nadda to launch a drive from Chandrapur as part of the party's plan to win 18 difficult seats from Maharashtra in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Nadda will address rallies at Chandrapur in East Maharashtra and Aurangabad in the Marathwada region. Supreme Court is scheduled to pronounce its judgment on batch of pleas challenging the government's 2016 decision to demonetize currency of 1,000 rupees and 500 rupees denominations. Nazir is likely to pronounce its verdict on the matter today. Well, in the latest update in the Tunisia murder case, Shehzan Khan expected to file bail. Time now for a short break, but coming up after that, horrific hit-and-run case in national capital. 20-year-old mowed down and dragged for 4 kilometers. 5 arrested. Big focus on notes ban. Top court to pronounce judgment on demonetization.
I am Suesha Sawant reporting from New Delhi. This is Republic.
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
जैन समाज की तरफ से यह प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेश शिखर जी, जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूँ और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि
You're watching live and breaking here on Republic, and let's move on now to the other top story that we are tracking. It will be the Mathura Shahi Eidgah case after the survey will be conducted today. The local court in Uttar Pradesh's Mathura has ordered the survey of the Shahi Eidgah Mosque, saying that it will be built on the Krishna Janmabhoomi, or the birthplace of Lord Krishna, by the Archaeological Survey of India after the 2nd of January. The report will be submitted after the 20th. The court passed the order on a lawsuit filed by Vishnu Gupta of the Hindu Sena, which said the survey will be similar to the one in Varanasi's Gyanvapi Mosque, where a shivling was said to be found during a survey. The court today will decide on the timeline for the survey. Harsha live on this story. Harsha, what are the updates you're getting? The kind of the conversation that has arisen out of the fact that there is most likely to be a survey of the Shahi Eidgah area.
Exactly, Rukma. We are getting to know that an official survey has to be conducted of the disputed complex of Shahi Eidgah, which is at Sri Krishna Janmasthan in Mathura. It was ordered by the Civil Judge Senior Division 3 of the Mathura Court. And when exactly the survey will happen, till now the date is not known. It is known that the report will be submitted on January 20th, and Court Amin will tell both the sides on what date the survey will be conducted. Rukma, we are joined by Advocate Shailesh Dubey, who's representing Hindu Sena. Shailesh sir, a very good morning to you. Sir, what can we expect today? आज क्या उम्मीद की जा सकती है? क्या आज सर्वे होगा या सर्वे की तारीख 1-2 दिन बाद हो सकती है?
गुड मॉर्निंग हर्षिता जी। पहले तो मैं सभी को नव वर्ष की शुभकामना देना चाहूँगा। मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि आज अवकाश के बाद डेट न्यायालय खुल रहा है और आज हमको अमीन महोदय के द्वारा डेट को सुनिश्चित करना था कि किस दिन वो जाकर अमीन की आख्या अपने मौका का निरीक्षण करेंगे और संभवतः आज ये हमें दिनांक मिल जानी चाहिए, जिसके बाद की जो भी दिन निश्चित करेंगे उसमें पक्षकारगण को दोनों को सूचना होगी और सभी लोग वहां पर जाकर उनके साथ में मौके का निरीक्षण करवाएंगे।
एक और चीज शैलेश जी, जब ये निरीक्षण होगा, जब सर्वे होगा, तो सिर्फ कोर्ट के अमीन मौजूद होंगे या फिर तमाम पक्षकार होंगे या तमाम जिन जिन लोगों ने पिटीशंस लगाई हैं वो भी वहां पर होंगे सर्वे के दौरान, इंस्पेक्शन के दौरान?
मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहूँगा इस बात को, क्योंकि ये न्यायिक प्रक्रिया है और न्यायिक प्रक्रिया के अंतर्गत जो भी कोई कार्य होता है वो न्यायालय के आदेश के अंतर्गत होता है। इसमें न्यायालय के द्वारा आदेश जो दिया गया है कि पक्षकारगणों की मौजूदगी में उनको सूचना देकर, बाकी जो मौजूद पक्ष जो हमारे दावेज में जो संबंधित पक्षकार हैं वो मौजूद रह सकते हैं, उनको सूचना मिलेगी। अन्य किसी पक्षकार के लिए कोई आदेश नहीं है।
सर, अभी कुल मिला के कितने पक्षकार हैं जो पूरे इस मामले में है, जिन्होंने सूट फाइल किया हुआ है, सिविल सूट, जो कि इस डिस्प्यूटेड लैंड को लेकर के है?
इस समय हमारी तरफ से हिंदू सेना के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष विष्णु गुप्ता जी हैं, सुरजीत सिंह उपाध्यक्ष हैं, दोनों के द्वारा ये दावा दाखिल किया गया है। जो ठाकुर जी हैं, तृतीय ठाकुर जी हैं जिनके लिए भूमि है ये, और इसमें कृष्ण सेवा संस्थान ट्रस्ट, कृष्ण सेवा संस्थान सोसाइटी, इंतजामिया कमेटी शाही ईदगाह मथुरा और बफ सुन्नी सेंटर बफ बोर्ड लखनऊ 4 पक्षकार प्रतिवादीगण हैं।
शैलेश जी, आप हिंदू सेना को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं, सर्वे बिल्कुल वैसे किया जाएगा, वीडियोग्राफिक सर्वे जैसे ज्ञानव्यापी मॉस्क में हम लोगों ने देखा, मस्जिद में किस तरह सर्वे किया गया है। अगर इस डिस्प्यूटेड कॉम्प्लेक्स की बात करें, शाही ईदगाह मॉस्क की जो श्री कृष्ण जन्म स्थान में है, किस तरह से हिंदू सेना कह रहा है कि वो जो जमीन है वो डिस्प्यूटेड है, वहां पे कभी कृष्ण भगवान का मंदिर हुआ करता था, औरंगजेब ने उसको ढाया, डिमोलिश किया, उस पर शाही ईदगाह बनाया। ये क्या कोई तथ्य मौजूद है इस बाबत?
हर्षदा जी, ये सभी चीजें कागजाती साक्ष्य और प्रमाणिक किताबें वहाँ मौजूद हैं। हमारे पास जो ठाकुर जी के नाम पे 13.37 एकड़ भूमि है, उसके सारे साक्ष्य मौजूद हैं जो कागजात में दर्ज हैं। आज से नहीं, 400 साल पुराने कागजात मौजूद है जिनमें ठाकुर जी के नाम पे भूमि दर्ज चली आती है। उसके अलावा जब औरंगजेब ने इसको हमारे मंदिर को तोड़ के बनाया था, वो सारी इसी चीज़ों के कुछ शिलान्यास हैं जिनके द्वारा ये उनको बनाया गया, वो प्रमाणक भी वहाँ पर मौजूद मिलेंगे।
So Rukma, you were hearing Shailesh Tupe. He is an advocate who's representing Hindu Sena. An official survey could happen any day in this coming week. So you are watching Republic TV. Stay tuned with us. We'll be right back after a short break as we are showing you the breaking and visuals continuously on all the news all over the country. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
जैन समाज की तरफ से यह प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेत शिखर जी, जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूँ और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता।
And some international news now. Brazil's Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva is sworn in as president, assuming office for the 3rd time after thwarting far-right incumbent Jair Bolsonaro's re-election bid. He also received the presidential sash after being sworn in as president. Lawmakers of Brazilian President Lula da Silva's new cabinet sworn in. Lula is assuming office for the 3rd time after thwarting far-right incumbent Bolsonaro's re-election bid. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife Sarah visited the Western Wall. In Jerusalem, Netanyahu returned to power for an unprecedented 6th term as Israel's Prime Minister on Thursday. New York Governor Kathy Hochul sworn in for her first elected term, making history as the first woman elected to the position in the state. Hochul called for making the state more affordable, citing the high cost of living. All is not well in China as videos show a different reality about the COVID situation. However, Chinese President Xi Jinping confirms that the situation is under control. And time for a short break. On the other side, horrific hit-and-run case in the national capital. 20-year-old mowed down and dragged for 4 kilometers. 5 arrested. Big focus on notes ban. Top court to pronounce judgment on demonetization today.
This is Abhishek Kapoor reporting from New Delhi, and this is Republic.
जैन समाज की तरफ से ये प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेश शिखर जी जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
जैन समाज की तरफ से ये प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेश शिखर जी जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर
Second Stampede in Chandrababu Naidu's event in 5 days. Who will take responsibility? It's a horrific hit-and-run case in the national capital. A 20-year-old is mowed down and dragged for 4 kilometers. 5 people are arrested. The victim's family alleges foul play, asks for a CBI investigation. However, the police refutes these allegations. Yet another cowardly attack in Jammu and Kashmir. 4 people are shot dead within 10 minutes in Rajouri. Big focus on the note ban. Top court to pronounce judgment on demonetization. The Sri Krishna Janmabhoomi Shahi Eidgah case is in court today. Court to decide on survey timings. Good morning and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, hours after the terror attack was reported in Rajouri that claimed life of 4 civilians, injuring about 6 others, an IED blast has been reported a while ago. Reports suggest that 5 people have been injured in this attack. Now, do remember that even as this IED blast was reported in that very area, there was a huge search and cordon operation that was already on to be able to nab the 2 terrorists who were the perpetrators behind last night's attack. Now, do remember that this is a large area that covers the forests in Rajouri, where The security forces are looking for these terrorists who are believed to be hiding. Gursimran is reporting on this. He joins us live right now. Gursimran, give us the latest in terms of this IED blast which was heard a while ago. We are given to understand that about 5 people have been injured in this latest attack.
Yes, 5 people have been injured, and what we are getting to know that one minor has lost his life in this unfortunate attack. Not going to the operational details of the ongoing operations. This is the place where this operation is underway, and I'll request Sir Jeevan to come this way. And also लगातार मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं कि किस तरह से इस इलाके में जो ऑपरेशन है वो यहाँ पर लगातार जारी है. भारतीय सेना, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस जो है वो यहाँ पर ऑपरेशंस को अंजाम दे रही है. कोई भी विजुअल्स हम ऑपरेशंस का नहीं दिखा रहे हैं. ये रिलीफ और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस के विजुअल्स हैं. किसी भी तरह की ऑपरेशनल डिटेल्स जो हैं वो रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क साझा नहीं करता है, जिससे कि सुरक्षा बलों के ऑपरेशंस में किसी भी तरह का खलल जो है वो यहाँ पर आए. 5 जो जिनमें 3 बच्चे और 2 महिलाएं थे वो इसमें घायल हुए हैं. और अब आप देखेंगे कि जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के तमाम आला अधिकारी जो हैं वो मौके पर मौजूद हैं. ठीक उसी इलाके में जहाँ से हम चंद मिनट पहले रिपोर्ट कर रहे थे, वहाँ पर जो है एक ब्लास्ट होता है. संदिग्ध आईडी या ग्रेनेड ब्लास्ट जो है वो बताया जा रहा है. पुलिस के जो वरिष्ठ अधिकारी हैं वो यहाँ पर चंद मिनटों में पहुँच रहे हैं. तमाम जो भारतीय सेना है उसके साथ साथ जो स्पेशल ऑपरेशंस ग्रुप है, स्पेशल फोर्सेस हैं, वो यहाँ पर आप देखिए पहुँच गए हैं. और कोशिश ये की जा रही है कि अगर आसपास के इलाके में किसी और तरह का एक्सप्लोजिव है तो उसे जल्द से जल्द निष्क्रिय किया जा सके. देखिए लोग जो हैं वो काफ़ी ज़्यादा गुस्सा हैं पुलिस से भी, क्योंकि जिस तरह से कल ये हमला हुआ उसके बाद से लगातार ये कोशिश की जा रही थी कि पूरे इलाके में आतंकियों को ढूंढा जाए, लेकिन फिर भी उसके बावजूद आतंक का एक बड़ा जो जखीरा है वो कैसे यहाँ पर रह गया, वो अब सुरक्षा बल तलाशने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. पूरे इलाके को यहाँ पर पहले ही अंडर कॉर्डन रखा गया था, लेकिन अब जो है कॉर्डन को इंटेंसिफाई कर दिया गया है इस पूरी जगह तक, ताकि जल्द से जल्द जो है उन आतंकी और आतंकी समर्थकों तक पहुँचा जाए जिन्होंने यहाँ पर इस आतंकी हमले को अंजाम दिया है. आप देखेंगे कि ऊपर की तरफ जो है अब जो जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस वहाँ पे पहुँच गई है, स्पेशल फोर्सेस वहाँ पर हैं, भारतीय सेना वहाँ पर है. लेकिन एकाएक जब हमारी नज़रों के सामने जो है धमाका हुआ और वो लोग जो वहाँ पर खड़े थे वो हवा के झोंके की तरह, जिस तरह पत्ते जो हैं वो हवा के झोंके से हिल जाते हैं, उस तरह से लोग जो हैं वो वहाँ पर ब्लास्ट के साथ ही उड़ गए. कई लोगों के जो हैं अपने पैर इस जो है इस ब्लास्ट में गंवा दिए. ये ग्रेनेड है या एक संदिग्ध आईडी है, इसकी अब जाँच की जा रही है, क्योंकि तकरीबन जो मॉडस जिस तरह से ये ट्रिगर हुआ है ये ग्रेनेड भी हो सकता है या फिर संदिग्ध आईडी भी हो सकता है. और ये एक भयानक हादसा था जो एक बार फिर सामने आया है. पहले 4 लोगों की जान चली गई है, यहाँ पर एक बच्चा जो है उसकी मौत हुई है ऐसा बताया जा रहा है. 4 लोग जो हैं वो घायल हैं, जिनमें से 2 की हालत काफ़ी ज़्यादा गंभीर है. लोगों को समझ नहीं आ रहा था क्योंकि लोग उस घर में वहाँ के लोगों से अफसोस करने के लिए गए थे जिनके लोग शहीद हुए कल के आतंक की हमले में. और जैसे ही वो बरामदे में बैठे थे, अब से चंद मिनट पहले हम लोग वहां से रिपोर्ट कर रहे थे, और जैसे ही यहां पे ब्लास्ट हुआ तो एकाएक जो है अफरा तफरी मच गई और जो 5 लोग हैं वो घायल हुए, जिनमें से कि बताया जा रहा है कि एक की मौत हो गई है. जी.
All right, even as Gursimran, of course, is taking us through the details of what happened, Gursimran, what we wanted to ask you was that yesterday it was believed that these terrorists who were hiding could have been heavily armed, because you were telling us earlier that the people who reported seeing them said that they appeared to be carrying large backpacks. Now, with this latest IED blast, obviously the security forces would perhaps now have deeper knowledge in terms of whether they wanted to stay on for a longer time.
Yes, see, the people are agitated. They are staging protest against the Jammu and Kashmir police. They are saying that the police has failed to save the innocent lives of the people, and that's why this kind of incident has come into fore. However, the officials are trying to ensure that the situation remains intact. They are agitated. मुझे बताइए, आज फिर हादसा हुआ, एक बच्चे की जान भी गई.
2 बच्चों की जान गई है. हाँ, ये रात को आईडी दिखा के चल गए. सुबह से पुलिस आई यहाँ पे, कोई चेकिंग वगैरह कोई कुछ नहीं किया. और सुबह के पुलिस आई है यहाँ पे, रात को डेड बॉडी वहाँ पे रही, रात को कोई पुलिस वाला कोई प्रोटेक्शन नहीं था वहाँ पे. ये क्या पुलिस क्या प्रोटेक्शन करेगी? सुबह 10 बजे नाश्ता करके इधर
So they are really very agitated with the Jammu and Kashmir police. They said that area was not cleared by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and that is the reason that the person claims that two minors have lost their life. However, we have got the confirmation about one only. The other one was critically injured and was taken in the army ambulance to the nearby medical facility. But this is one of the tragic incidents that have been reported earlier. 4 लोगों की जो है जिंदगियां चली गई हैं, और उसके बाद अब आप देखिए कि यहाँ पर एक आईडी या संदिग्ध ग्रेनेड ब्लास्ट होता है चंद मीटर की दूरी पर, और लोग जो आसपास के इलाके में थे वो हवा के झोंकों के साथ ऐसा लगा मानो हवा में वो गए, और उसके बाद जो है शत विशत हालत में लोग यहाँ पहुंचे। तब हम तकरीबन यहीं पे हम लोग थे जब वो लोग यहाँ पर आए एक बड़े ब्लास्ट के बाद। तो जब चीज़ें समझ में आई तो तब लहूलुहान लोग जो हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुँचे थे। भारतीय सेना के जवानों ने, जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के जवानों ने अपनी जान पर खेलकर जो है इन लोगों को रेस्क्यू करवाया है। इस बात में कोई शक नहीं है कि जो आईडी ब्लास्ट हुआ उसके बाद, और अब जो है कुछ लोगों का उपचार जो है वो ज़िला अस्पताल में जारी है।
Now, Gursimran, what details have you in terms of this ID? Was this an ID that was left behind, or was any new information that you are getting as respect to this? Because obviously locals extremely angry. You were talking to some of them who believe that the area was not cleared properly.
यस देखिए, एक बात बड़ी साफ है कि जो आम लोग हैं उनका गुस्सा बेहद जायज़ है। उनका कहना है कि कल देर शाम ये आतंकी हमला हुआ, उसके बाद पूरी रात का समय था, सुबह जो है तब भी पुलिस से और भारतीय सेना की तरफ से एरिया क्लियर नहीं किया गया, और इसीलिए ये लोग जो हैं नाराज़ हैं। ये भारतीय जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस से खासे नाराज़ हैं कि पुलिस की तरफ से जो क्लियरेंस ऑपरेशंस थे उनको अंजाम नहीं दिया गया। तभी यही कारण है कि यहाँ पर जो है ब्लास्ट हुआ है। लेकिन देखिए, अभी इनकी ब्लास्ट के नेचर की टेक्निकलिटीज़ में नहीं जाया जा सकता, क्योंकि ये बहुत ज़्यादा इनिशियल समय है। क्या ये एक आईडी थी, क्या ये एक ग्रेनेड था, या फिर कहीं से जो है यहाँ पर अटैक को ट्रिगर किया गया है, यानी कि क्या किसी लॉन्चर के तरह से कुछ मारा गया है। ये चीज़ें जो हैं ये एजेंसी से आगे बता पाएंगे। आप देखिए, इस वक्त भारतीय सेना, जो बम डिस्पोजल स्क्वाड है, जो स्पेशल ऑपरेशंस ग्रुप हैं, वो सब वहाँ पर पहुँच गए हैं, और कोशिश ये की जा रही है कि जल्द से जल्द मॉडस ऑपरेंडी क्या था, किस चीज़ को यहाँ पर ट्रिगर किया गया, वो पता लगाया जाए। देखिए, रिस्पॉन्डिंग टाइम जो है वो काफ़ी जल्दी था, क्योंकि यहाँ पर ही जो घेरा है, जो एक्सटर्नल सर्कल है, क्योंकि उस तरफ इंटेंसिफाइड सर्चेज यहाँ पर चल रही थी, तो यहां पे सुरक्षा घेरा पहले ही बना हुआ था। तो चंद मिनटों में ही भारतीय सेना जो है और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस यहां पर पहुंच गई थी। लेकिन लोग जो हैं वो अभी भी काफी ज्यादा गुस्से में हैं। उनका कहना है कि अगर इस इलाके को पूरी तरह से क्लियर किया जाता तो ये जो जानों की क्षति हुई है ये ना होती। जी।
Now, Gursimran, the other part of this, of course, is the fact that there appear to be targeted attacks. Now, what we are given to understand is that minorities were attacked, and are the security forces also perhaps looking at a local, support group for these terrorists, because they were clearly able to identify homes of minorities and then barge in and fire upon them?
Yes, the security agencies are looking into it. There is no denying in the fact that, see, some more injured are being brought in, 2 more injured. So 7 people total have been injured in this blast that has taken place. देखिए, लगातार जो हैं ये 7 लोग जो हैं वो इंजर्ड हुए हैं, जिसमें कि जो 5 बच्चे हैं और जो बड़े लोग हैं, एक और जो है व्यक्ति यहाँ पर महिलाएं जो हैं वो इंजर्ड हुई हैं। आप देखिए, ये लोग जो हैं ये घरों के अंदर थे, और अब लगातार इन्हें जो है वो सुरक्षा बल लेके आ रहे हैं। कुछ और लोग जो हैं वो इंजर्ड हुए हैं। आप देखिए, जिन लोगों को यहाँ पर क्षति हुई है, लगातार नुकसान पहुँचा है, अब ये जो संख्या है वो बढ़ रही है। 10 लोग, कुल 10 लोगों की ये संख्या जो है वो अब पहुंच गई है। यानी कि कल के जो अटैक था उसमें भी 10 लोग घायल हुए थे, जिनमें से कि 4 की मौत हुई थी, और अब जो है इस अटैक जो ब्लास्ट हुआ है, संदिग्ध ब्लास्ट, इसमें भी जो है 10 लोग इंजर्ड हुए हैं। लगातार सरजीवन आपको विजुअल सिखा रहे हैं जिस तरह से इंजर्ड्स को जो है वो यहाँ पे लाया जा रहा है स्थानीय लोगों की तरफ से, सुरक्षा बलों की तरफ से, कि जल्द से जल्द इन्हें जो है प्राथमिक उपचार पहुँचाया जाए। जो लोग पास के घर में भी मौजूद थे उन्हें भी जो है किसी न किसी तरह से चोटें आई हैं। सर अब ऊपर कोई है?
ऊपर कोई नहीं है। इस पर एक पूरी मुड़ा किसान गया बस उन लगा के निके।
2 लोग अभी मिसिंग,
जो छोटे बच्चे हैं 2 छोटे लड़की।
कुल अभी तक 10 लोग इंजर्ड आ गए।
हाँ जी।
तो 10 लोग अभी तक इंजर्ड हुए हैं। 2 बच्चे बताया जा रहा है कि जो अभी भी मिसिंग हैं। ये देखिए आप कि यहाँ पर रिलीफ और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस जो हैं वो यहाँ पे चलाए जा रहे हैं लगातार। वहाँ पर भारतीय सेना ऑपरेशंस चला रही है। सर आप लोग ऊपर थे जब ये हादसा हुआ?
नहीं, हम चौक में थे। हम यहाँ जब आए तो आईडी का ब्लास्ट हुआ। तो मेरे हिसाब से यहाँ नाकामयाबी है एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की। इतना बड़ा कांड होने के बाद भी इस एरिया को सर्च नहीं किया गया और आज सुबह ये हादसा हुआ जिसमें हमारे छोटे छोटे बच्चे जख्मी हो गए। और ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की बहुत नालायकी है कि यहाँ सर्च की जानी चाहिए।
तो आप देखिए लगातार जो है ये ऑपरेशंस को इंटेंसिफाई किया जा रहा है। भारतीय सेना के जवान जो एक्स्ट्रा टीम्स हैं उनको यहाँ पर मूव किया जा रहा है। जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस की जो स्पेशल ऑपरेशंस ग्रुप है, विशेष दस्ता जो है वो अब ऊपर की तरफ आप देखिए जा रहा है। वहाँ पे बताया जा रहा है कि कुछ और लोग जो कि 2 लोग मिसिंग हैं वो शायद वहाँ पर उस घर में हैं और इसीलिए अब एसओजी की टीम्स को मूव किया जा रहा है। यानी कि लगातार जो एडिशनल फोर्सेस हैं वो ऊपर के इलाके में भेजी जा रही हैं और रिलीफ और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस को जल्द से जल्द करने की कोशिश जो है वो की जा रही है। ठीक वही बरामदा है जहां पर अगर सरजीवन आपको दिखा पाएं तो एक अभी कुछ देर पहले ये आईडी या फिर ये ग्रेनेड ब्लास्ट जो है वो हुआ है। अब यहां पर एनालिसिस जो है वो सुरक्षा बलों की तरफ से किया जा रहा है कि आखिरकार वो एक्सप्लोजिव था क्या जो फटा है, जिसमें कि अभी तक 10 लोग जो है इंजर्ड हुए हैं। एम्बुलेंसेस से जो है अब इंजर्ड्स को जल्द से जल्द जो है हॉस्पिटल पहुंचाने की कोशिश की जा रही है। 10 इंजर्ड कुल अभी तक इस जो ब्लास्ट हुआ है, चाहे वो आईडी ब्लास्ट कहा जाए या फिर ग्रेनेड ब्लास्ट है, उसमें हुए हैं और अब उन्हें जल्द से जल्द यहां से ले जाने की कोशिश जो है वो की जा रही है। लगातार सरजीवन जो है वो आपको विजुअल सिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से अब भारतीय सेना ये कोशिश कर रही है कि इंजर्ड्स को जल्द से जल्द यहां से ले जाया जाए ताकि उन्हें प्राथमिक उपचार जो है वो मुहैया करवाया जाए। आप देखिए लगातार विशेष जो दस्ते हैं वो वहां पर ऊपर पहुंच गए हैं। यानी कि सुरक्षा बलों का जो स्पेशल ऑपरेशंस ग्रुप है वो वहां पे ऊपर पहुंच चुका है और कोशिश ये है कि जल्द से जल्द ये कोशिश की जाए कि किसी बड़े हमले से रोका जा सके, क्योंकि इससे पहले भी हमने देखा कि लगातार ये कोशिशें सुरक्षा बल कर रहे हैं कि जल्द से जल्द उन आतंकियों तक पहुंचा जाए। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं अब जिस तरह से हालात एक बार फिर से उत्पन्न हुए हैं उसके बाद अब सुरक्षा बल लगातार ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि आतंकी हमले को जो है विफल किया जाए और इन आतंकियों को जल्द से जल्द जो है वो मार गिराया जाए। ये प्रयास जो है वो अब सुरक्षा बलों की तरफ से किया जा रहा है। मैं सरजीवन से कहूँगा कि सरजीवन जो हैं वो लगातार साथ में आ ही रहे हैं, वो विजुअल्स भी दिखा पाएँ, क्योंकि ये हम उस वक्त उस अटैक साइट पर, उस ब्लास्ट साइट पर जा रहे हैं जहाँ पर ये ब्लास्ट जो है वो हुआ है। आखिरकार क्या था, किस तरह का एक्सप्लोजिव था, वो अब सुरक्षा बल यहाँ पे जांचने का जो है प्रयास कर रहे हैं। ये देखिए कितना बड़ा ब्लास्ट जो है वो यहाँ पे सामने आया है और आप देखिए यहाँ पे क्योंकि कुछ लकड़ी के टुकड़े यहाँ पे पड़े हुए थे और देखिए पूरा घर जो है वो तहस नहस हो गया है। यहाँ पे लोग खड़े थे। हम उस ऑपरेशन साइट से काफ़ी ज़्यादा दूर हैं, किसी भी तरह की ऑपरेशन डिटेल्स जो हैं वो डाइवर्स नहीं की जा रही, लेकिन यहाँ पे जो है कोशिश की जा रही है। यहाँ पे आईडी प्लांट किया गया था, यहाँ पे कुछ लकड़ी के टुकड़े पड़े थे जब सुबह हमने दिखाया था और यहीं से वो आईडी ब्लास्ट जो है वो ट्रिगर हुआ। आप देखिए कि घर में जो है खिड़कियां अंदर से पूरी तरह से टूट चुकी हैं, कांच जो है वो पूरी तरह से यहाँ पे टूटा है। तो ये ग्राउंड जीरो से हम आपको दिखा रहे थे कि किस तरह से जो आईडी ब्लास्ट है हुआ है, जिसमें कि 5 लोग घायल हुए हैं, जिनमें कि एक बताया जा रहा है कि मृत्यु हुई है। जी
All right, so as Gursimran is pointing out, this is the location of this latest IED blast. Now, what we know so far, of course, is that about 10 people have been injured in this IED blast that took place nearly about half an hour to 45 minutes ago. Thereafter, of course, the injured have been taken to hospital. We are also given to understand that there may be considerable anger amongst the local population over the fact that this IED was not cleared from the house. But this entire area has now now been cordoned off, and of course search operations have been on since last night. Gursimran is just catching a breath right now. He's been reporting constantly from this morning, bringing us the latest on the operation that started last night. If I can go back to Gursimran right now to get more details, what we are given to understand, Gursimran, is that this is a really large forested area that security forces now have to scour through, and that's perhaps been one of the main challenges.
देखिए लगातार यहाँ पे ऊपर बताया जा रहा है कि उस घर में भी एक और आईडी जो है वो बताई जा रही है, संदिग्ध आईडी जो है वो एक और घर पे मिली है।
लगाई हुई है। अब के जवानों ने वहाँ पोजीशन जो है वो संभाली हुई है और पूरे इलाके को खाली किया जा रहा है।
देखिए लगातार जो है सरजीवन आपको विजुअल्स दिखा रहे हैं कि ये जो ऊपर का इलाका है, मैं सरजीवन से कहूँगा कि आपको विजुअल्स दिखाते रहें लगातार कि वहाँ पर एक और संदिग्ध आईडी जो है वो स्पॉट से डिटेक्ट हुई है। ये घर जो है उस घर के चंद मिनट की दूरी पर है और अब लगातार सुरक्षा बल जो हैं इलाके को खाली करके ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्द से जल्द उसे खाली कराया जाए। लगातार सुरक्षा बलों का ये प्रयास है कि जल्द से जल्द इस आईडी को जो है वो डिफ्यूज़ किया जाए। वो ठीक ऊपर का घर है जहां पे ये संदिग्ध आईडी जो है वो सुरक्षा बलों को मिला है और अब यहां पे पूरे इलाके में सर्च जो है वो जारी है। ठीक ऊपर का घर है। सरजीवन, अगर आपको वहां के विजुअल्स जो हैं वो दिखा पाएँ तो एक क्लियर व्यू यहाँ से मिल पाएगा कि किस तरह से आतंकियों की तरफ से कई घरों में जो है आईडी यहाँ पर इंस्टॉल किया गया था ताकि लगातार यहाँ पे किसी बड़े हमले को अंजाम दिया जाए। अब सुरक्षा बल ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्द से जल्द इस आईडी को जो है डिफ्यूज़ किया जाए। तो बड़ा आतंकी हमला और आतंक का प्लान जो है वो सुरक्षा बलों की तरफ से विफल किया गया है और अब सुरक्षा बल ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जल्द से जल्द यहाँ पे एरिया को क्लियर किया जाए। लेकिन दो आईडी क्योंकि वो यहाँ पर छूटे रह गए थे, अब सुरक्षा बलों को इस बाबत ये चिंता का विषय भी है कि आखिरकार किस तरह से ये आईडीज़ जो हैं यहाँ पे रह गए और कि अगर ये आईडी दूसरा भी ट्रिगर हुआ होता तो कितना ज़्यादा नुकसान जो है वो सुरक्षा बलों को हो सकता था। लेकिन अब जो है क्योंकि दूसरा आईडी संदिग्ध आईडी जो है उसे डिटेक्ट कर लिया है तो आप कह सकते हैं कि एक बड़े एक और धमाके को, हमले को जो है वो सुरक्षा बलों की तरफ से रोका गया है। जी।
All right, so pictures on your screens are of the operation that is continuously on in Rajouri district. The operation began last night after about 2 suspected terrorists barged into homes of minorities and started firing indiscriminately. This led, of course, to the killing of 3 people and injuring of several others. Now, thereafter, since last night, there is a cordon and search operation that has been launched in this entire area. But this morning, there was an IED that appears to have been planted late at night, was left in one of the homes, and it did go off. Unfortunately, we are told that 1 child lost his life in this IED blast this morning, and of course 10 others have been wounded in this action. So on your screens right now are of the visuals of both these attacks, one that took place late last night and the other that took place this morning. This is now a heavily forested area where the terrorists are believed to be hiding. Now, yesterday, of course, locals who we interviewed seemed to suggest that terrorists were 2 in number. They were carrying AK series rifles, as has been also confirmed by security forces. They also did have big backpacks. So perhaps security forces now looking at the fact that they could be in for the long haul. Now, do remember that Rajouri has a deeply forested area, and hence it is difficult for security forces and has been a challenge rather to be able to locate these terrorists. I think I'm going to try and go back to Gursimran right now for a quick ground situation update. Now, Gursimran, you were reporting just minutes ago that there is another location where there could be another suspected IED. What are you hearing from security forces on that?
Hello. Yes. Can you repeat?
I was asking you, Gursimran, that you were just reporting that there may be another suspected IED in that same area. Can you tell us more, please?
Yes, so the entire area has been cordoned in by the security agencies after the reports that suspected IED has been detected. The number of IEDs could go up to 2 also. That is what we are getting to know. We'll try to speak to some of the locals who were in the area ahead. मुझे ये बताइए ऊपर कितनी IEDs हो रहे हैं?
सर हमें पता नहीं, हमने बच्चे निकाले, आर्मी यहाँ खड़ी थी मौके पे और किसी ने बच्चों को नहीं उठाया और बोलते हैं हमारे बेटे साहब जा रहे हैं।
तो वहाँ पे IEDs कुछ और मिली?
सर एक लगी है वहाँ द्वार के साथ और इस मकान के अंदर के बच्चे जख्मी थे 5, किसी आर्मी वाले किसी पुलिस वाले ने नहीं।
जी, so the locals are agitated from the forces and also some of the IEDs that have been detected in the area that is at some distance from here. That IED has been detected and now the entire area has been cordoned by the security forces so as to ensure that See, some of the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are arriving here at the spot, and also some of the officials from the central agencies too are arriving at the spot to have a closer look on what has transpired. And a senior officer of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are also at the spot. The locals are also staging protest as the locals are anguished with the way the working of police has been so far. And since the BJP J&K chief is here, the people are agitated and the people are saying that this is not the way the people should actually, the forces should work. We will try to speak to SSP Rajouri. Sir, और भी IDs मिली ऊपर? So a confirmation that some more IEDs have been detected and now the teams of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are moving to the spot to ascertain the situation. SSP Rajouri is going to the spot. Yes. Back to you people.
All right. So senior officials of the police seem to be at the spot right now, and Gursimran has just confirmed to us that there could be more IEDs in this area. You are watching Republic TV. We step into a very short break. We're going to come back and bring you the latest in terms of what's happening in Rajouri. Also, on the other side, we bring you details of the Delhi hit-and-run horror case where a 20-year-old is dragged for kilometers. And it is the big demonetization verdict that comes up today in the Supreme Court.
I'm Niranjan Narayanaswamy in Mumbai, and this is Republic.
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
जैन समाज की तरफ से यह प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेश शिखर जी, जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
And here's a quick recap of the top headlines. It's a horrific hit-and-run case in the national capital. A 20-year-old is mowed down and dragged for about 4 kilometers. 5 people have been arrested. The victim's family alleges foul play, asks for a CBI investigation, but the Delhi police refutes these charges. It is yet another cowardly attack in Jammu and Kashmir. 4 people are shot dead within 10 minutes in Rajouri. It's a second stampede at Chandrababu Naidu's event in 5 days. Who will take responsibility? Big focus on the note ban. The top court is to pronounce its judgment on demonetization today. And the Krishna Janmabhoomi Shahi Eidgah case is in the court today. The court will be deciding on timings for the survey. A 20-year-old woman died in a horrific manner in the national capital where she was dragged after her scooty was hit allegedly by a car. She was dragged for nearly 4 to 7 kilometers. That's the varying claims that we've heard about. She was found in a brutal condition on the road by the Delhi police later. Now, we are given to understand that the family is asking for a CBI investigation. They, of course, say that the Delhi police is just trying to shut this case and not do a thorough investigation. But so far, what we know is that there were 2 PCR vans which reported the fact at about 3:30 that there was a body that was being dragged by this car, and the second PCR call was received about half an hour later, suggesting that there was a girl's body that was found lying on the road. To give us more details as to how the investigations are progressing, let's go across to Piyush Ori. Tanisha also will be live with us in just a bit. But Piyush, the family so far is very unconvinced with what the police has been saying. They, of course, have asked for a CBI inquiry. Now, what are the charges that they are making?
So you rightly mentioned, Nupur, that yes, the family remains unconvinced of what actually would have happened to Anjali that night. Now, police was claiming for long that, this incident was due to mishap, but the family members are convinced that this is not a case of accident, but it is a case of sexual assault and then a brutal murder. In fact, the family members have also come on camera and have mentioned that this cover-up is being done by the Delhi police purely because one of the accused, known as Manoj Mittal, who is involved in this incident, who is one of the accused who was apprehended by the Delhi police, is associated with BJP, and that's why he's been protected. Now, it is going to be interesting to see from here on how the Delhi police is going to be taking action. What we have initially, to begin with, the Delhi police had registered the case under sections of 304A, that is death due to rash driving, and 279, which is rash driving. Now, these were very light sections under which the case was registered, and there would have been a high chance that the accused involved would have gone scot-free, would have got bail. But now what we are being told is that constant pressure in this case has also has forced the Delhi police to also add the section of 304, which is culpable homicide, which means that if convicted, the accused in this case can get life imprisonment. So yes, the pressure is building on Delhi police in this case, and now it is going to be interesting to see that from here on how the investigation is going to unfold. Back to the studio.
All right, Piyush Ori bringing us those details of the investigation so far in this hit-and-run case. Thank you for joining us. Now, the Supreme Court is slated to pronounce its verdict shortly on a bunch of petitions challenging the BJP-led union government's 2016 move of demonetizing 500 and 1,000 rupee banknotes. And joining me for more on this is our legal editor, Ridham Bharadwaj. Rhythm, good morning. It's going to be a very important judgment in terms of the fact that perhaps it will look into what this led to and perhaps the way forward as well. So give us a sense, Rhythm, of what we should be expecting today. All right, so I don't think we've been able to establish that connection with Rhythm right now, but we'll go back to her in just a bit. But I think we've got Mr. Manish Barrier. He's a political analyst. He's joining us for this. Now, Mr. Barrier, good morning. Thank you very much for speaking to us on Republic TV. Obviously, it's going to be something that will be watched out for very acutely when this judgment does come out. In terms of the political significance of this verdict, what would you say would be the top thing to come out today?
I feel that it is very interesting because even Supreme Court, has said that the government's push has been it's an economic decision, and that is the prerogative of the government to really take decision. And Supreme Court says that it is not so. Even if it's an economic decision, we can still discuss and we can come up with certain judgments. So it's it's a very, very interesting kind of a thing. But my understanding is that it would have a political ramifications for sure. If any kind of a judgment comes which is against the government, then opposition can obviously take this and they can say that we said so. It would also have far-reaching implications for the governance of the country as a whole. And I fear that with due respect to the honorable judges of Supreme Court, if they start taking such kind of judgments on economic decisions, and that too something which has gone 4 or 5 years back, I think it may really come up with a policy paralysis, which we saw during the UPA government, because then a lot of there were a lot of decisions which were not taken in UPA 2 because what happened during UPA 1 end, or maybe in UPA 2, the corruption cases. So it would have far-reaching ramifications for sure. And I feel that the country has moved on. We all understand that demonetization, if we look at from people's perspective, yes, we did go through a lot of, problems. But then from nation's perspective, as far as terror financing goes, black money and, ushering in the entire payment system, in fact, there is a joke going around in India that if you see someone using banknotes in the month of December, they must be NRIs, because we all understand the kind of, deep penetration banking as well as payment system has gone in our country. That is thanks to demonetization. So now we realize that. But it would be pretty interesting to see how really Supreme Court looks at this particular case.
Right now, Mr. Barrier, very, very quickly, do you feel that this is perhaps going to be more of an academic exercise now? Because as you yourself said, this is a retrospective, issue that is now being raked up once again in the court. So do you feel that this is largely going to be academic in nature?
Yeah, this exercise is academic in nature, but I also think that there is a fight going on the constitution points. Mr. Chidambaram is fighting on that, and I think the opposition is saying that the government did not take RBI into confidence, and it was RBI board which really had to take this decision, or it was at least to be consulted. But then government has given its own, legal provisions, I think 1934 Act or something, where the government says that we had floated this idea, and it is a fact. Demonetization as an idea is not new. It was not something, it was implemented for the first time in the country, but the idea was being floated much before that. So, these things, I think there would be some legal, kind of technical kind of a judgments also on the provisions, or whether the government really took the right kind of, they followed the right process while making that decision. I think that would be some of the thing. But otherwise, you can't really do anything. It is an academic exercise for sure. And, even if you look at data, then the decadal data also 6.8% post demonetization. It means that it did not have any negative effect in terms of overall growth of our economy as such. We grew pretty healthily, right? So there were other benefits of demonetization which people over a period of time have realized. So I think largely an academic exercise.
Right, so you think it's going to be the processes that perhaps will be in review. My colleague Shivangi also...
some constitutional points would be discussed. That would be more of...
Right, stay with us, Mr. Baria. I think Shivangi also has a question for you. Go ahead, Shivangi.
Right. Now this is something that we are looking forward to, because a lot of petitions have gone out, like we know, and viewers are also watching us, waiting for what the verdict will be. But there will be two different verdicts. And what if they are concurring or they're not concurring? How will that really make a difference, and what can we expect next? Let's say that two verdicts are not concurring and they are completely different to each other. What can we expect after that?
Is that the question to me?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so, it is quite, in fact, interesting, because as I said earlier, one is a constitutional point and the other is the validity of the decision itself. So these 2 points are separate. One is primarily a legal point and the other would have political ramifications. Also, there are, I think the Supreme Court judge who heads this bench, Mr. Nazir, is going to retire on 4th. So there are a lot of, things which are going on as far as this judgment is concerned. But yes, I think, one has to respect and we all abide by the judgment of Supreme Court as such. And we need to really see, the wordings of Supreme Court, because largely what happens is that when such kind of judgment comes, people have to read the inner fine prints of the judgment as to how the court has come to the conclusion, a certain conclusion, or whether they have kept it open, because it is not it's not a case which is an open and shut case, right? There is a lot of subjectivity involved in this case, and there are data of last 5 years which one has to look at and then decide. So I feel that yes, from the constitutional point of view, I think it would be a landmark judgment, because then all future economic decisions will come within the purview of Supreme Court and can be challenged. It is something which is very, very subjective. It's not a corruption case, right? It is a decision which is taken by government in the best interest of the nation, and that is being challenged. So one has to see, how the legislature and the judiciary, what kind of, who's actually getting on whose turf and how it happens. I personally feel that if there is any kind of a negative judgment which comes, then the government might challenge it and it might go to a larger bench, right? It might, again be challenged. So I feel that this is not the end of the story. It is going to be fought legally over a period of time.
All right, Mr. Baria, do stay with us. I think we've got our legal editor, Rhythm, also joining us right now. Rhythm, important day. As you know, Mr. Baria was also pointing out, one, of course, is the academic side of things, Rhythm, that's going to perhaps be discussed today, and we'll have the view of the court on this. And the other part is the rule of law. Now, Mr. Chidambaram, of course, in his arguments, Rhythm, has said that he believes that the rule of law was flouted. He also, in his arguments, has, earlier said that he believed that it was deeply flawed and made a mockery of the rule of law. So that, of course, has been, on what Mr. Chidambaram and other senior advocates have fought this case. So your view, Rhythm, on that?
Yes, a very good morning, Nupur, Manish and Shivangi, who are also with us. A very happy new year to all our guests and also our viewers, because today is the first day the Supreme Court reopens after recess, and what a bang to open with. It's the demonetization verdict that we are going to see today in the top court. It's a 5-judge bench, Nupur, that's going to be giving out this order, and this is an order, like Manish was talking about, which is going to have a lot of impact on all the policies that have been made. Of course, the 5-day marathon hearing took place. The order was reserved in December, I think on the 7th of December. Chidambaram for the petitioners, and there are 58 petitions, viewers, that had been filed against demonetization. We all remember it happened in 2016, after which now there have been challenges to it. The government, the Supreme Court also asked for documents from the ministries in this case. So it's been a hearing that's been given a proper hearing. 5 judges means a constitution bench, which is a very senior bench of the top court that is hearing the matter. The bench is going to be assembling soon and we'll hear the matter. Nupur was talking about what Chidambaram had told the Supreme Court, stating that this is an arbitrary decision that was taken by the government and they interfered in this matter. However, the Attorney General of India, who represented the government, and Tushar Mehta, the Solicitor General of India, who represented the government, stated that this was only done because it was important and it helped in other things like terrorism activities and money laundering. They gave out a lot of statistics which I actually took note of during the hearing. When Chidambaram said it's the worst decision making, the government said that we undertook this under the RBI Act of 1934, and the reason they had undertaken this was because it completely helped India becoming a more secure nation. They also gave out figures about how our economy had gone up after demonetization that took place in 2016. Even though, yes, so this is the data I was looking for. The government justified its action by stating that it was a larger public interest that was taken into account. Fake currency, black money, terror financing, all of this stopped. The government also stated there was an impact on the economy. In 2016, the growth rate was 8.2%. In 20 there was a decimal growth rate of 6.6% in the pre-pandemic years. So a lot of here and there went on in the case room. As I'm continuing to wait for an alert from the Supreme Court, where we shall be knowing what really happened. Before I come back to Shivangi, Nupur and Manish, I just want to tell our viewers the RBI also argued that enough measures were in place to address the genuine concerns that were faced by citizens. So the RBI and the government speaking in one voice, Chidambaram speaking for these petitioners, and also there was Shyam Devan who appeared for the petitioners, and they said that at that relevant time 17.97 lakh crore currency was in circulation in the market, and demonetization was valued at 15.44 lakh crores. Of this, 15.31 lakh crores was returned to the banks. But keeping the technical and the legal aspect aside, this is basically challenging the 2016 notebandi that took place. We're going to see what the 5-judge bench says. I also want to give you a quick alert that's coming in from the Supreme Court. Very interestingly, there are judgments that are going to be pronounced by two separate judges. Justice Gawai is going to be given one judgment, and Justice is going to be giving out another judgment. If I can actually go back to Manish and ask a question. Manish, a lot of economists have been talking about this. They have been stating that, this could possibly have been avoided. But like you said, this was a decision that was taken in larger public interest.
Absolutely. In fact, if you remember those times, fake note was something which was pretty prevalent, right? In fact, in petrol pumps, people will, or even in other places, they would keep machines to ensure that, fake notes are not coming to it. So it was widely prevalent. But now you look at what it has done. I think one has to look at from, retrospectively and see how our entire economic transactional behavior of our country has changed, right? In fact, there used to be so much of problem with 500 rupee notes or 2000 with poor people becoming fake. But at the lowest level now you see, UPI being used, Paytm being used, and anyone has any problems in terms of fake notes, that's gone. So that's a huge change. I'm sure the government would have looked at these things and they would have a discussion. So these kind of discussions do not happen in a hurry. It would have been considered decision, right? They would have looked at the hardships. This was a very tough decision which was taken. I don't think a popular government takes such tough unpopular decision, short-term unpopular decision. They always take it keeping nation in mind. And it could not have been like that. If you look at later on for GST implementation has become much easier because of the fact that, black money to a large extent, right, it started getting hit because of this decision. So the moment everything became, financially, it became online. You saw that, GST implementation was easier. GST itself had teething problems, but I feel that it all started with demonetization, and government could take a lot of reforms, major reforms, because now the payment system was largely online and it could be tracked. And that was the major problem, which
very important. Yes, that's true, Manish.
So I feel that Supreme Court judges are pretty smart and they are very well read. they would keep these things in account while taking any kind of a decision like that.
Absolutely.
I feel that this case is more political than economical. I feel that it's
I completely agree. It's more political. We can also see the political dispensation from different leaders, different lawyers who currently in state for the 58 petitioners. But Nupur, I'm going to hand it back to you. Thank you, Manish, for being with us. And any moment now, the moment the bench assembles and they start pronouncing the order, we shall be back to break it for
Absolutely. Rhythm, so as you know, Manish was pointing out, it does appear that the government is going to stick to its stand, that this was a broader economic policy. And that's what we are going to be seeing perhaps in court. You're watching Republic TV. Stay with us. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, we will continue our broadcast. You are watching Republic TV, and also coming up next, we take you to get a latest update from the Rajouri attack, where another suspected IED has now been found. And yet another stampede at a rally of the TDP. 3 people are killed.
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
जैन समाज की तरफ से यह प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेत शिखर जी, जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूँ और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है।
All right, we are going back to the big story that we've been tracking since this morning. We are going to go across to Gursimran to get the latest update in terms of what's happening in Rajouri. Now, do remember that there was a terrorist attack last night in which 2 suspected terrorists barged into a few homes in this village in Rajouri and killed 3 people. About 10 more were injured. Now, thereafter this morning, there has been an IED blast at the same location, and it is suspected that there could be more IEDs in that area. Let's go back to Gursimran for an update. Gursimran, give us an overall view of what's happening there right now.
See, right now we are at the Dangri village where another suspected IED has been detected. It has been found by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army, and now the bomb disposal squad of the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army, they have reached the spot, and in a short while from now this IED will be diffused. The first IED blast that got triggered when some of the locals, the relatives of Deepak Sharma, who was killed by the terrorist, he triggered that IED that was in the garbage, and then that IED blast took place in which 10 people have got injuries. 1 child has come to the injuries, and now the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are here. We will try to get a word from the SSP Rajouri on the present situation, because another IED has been detected, and this threat seems to be growing, because it was not only linked to the terror attack that has taken place, but it is actually growing. The terror threat is growing with each passing minute as more and more IEDs are being detected. Now the bomb disposal squad and the bomb detection tools are being used by the teams of the BDS to ensure that there is no presence of IED in the house where the IED blast has taken place earlier, and then at a later stage they will be carrying out a clearance operation of the nearby area. The people also are really very agitated. The people are saying that the administration has paid no heeds to what has happened yesterday evening, and the area was not even cleared. That has led to this kind of a situation where 10 people have been seriously injured. And we will be continuing with this rolling coverage right from the ground zero right after this short break.
जैन समाज की तरफ से यह प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेश शिखर जी जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
You held that for finding out the policy and guidance, a resource can be added to various provisions of the Act, including the preamble, the purpose of the Act, and what is necessary is that the parent statute must consist of an essential legislative function, that is, determination of legislative policy, and it is permissible in view of the multifarious activities that it is necessary for the legislature to delegate the working of details. When we have considered the status of the RBI, we have referred to the judgment of the Constitution Bench in Joseph Kurila, then the judgment authored by my learned brother Justice Ram Subramanian in Internet College, and we have specifically emphasized on the primary role of the RBI in issuance and regulations of banknotes, then its important role in monetary and economic policy of the country. Then we also considered the nature of body to whom the delegation is made. In the present case, the delegation is made to the central government, which is answerable to Parliament, and Parliaments are in fact answerable to the citizens of the country. In this respect, we have referred to the judgment of the Constitution Bench in Birla Carter. Then, in the case of Haratchand itself, when clause B of subsection 2 of section 5 was held unconstitutional, in the very same judgment, the Constitution Bench has held clause A of subsection 2 of section 5 to be constitutional on the ground that it provided that the administrator can take action after consultation with the RBI, and therefore there was self-imposed provision which required the RBI to be taken into consideration. Applying the same principle, we have held that in the present case also, the central government is required to take the action after recommendation of the central board, and therefore there is an inbuilt safeguard. Insofar as third issue is concerned, we have basically relied on the judgment in the case of Tata Cellular, wherein the scope of judicial interference in matters pertaining to is very limited. Then we have further referred to various Constitution Bench judgments which are specifically dealing with interference insofar as economic policy is concerned. The judgment in Prague Ice and Oil Mills versus Union of India rendered by 7 judges. Then R.K. Garg versus Union of India. Then Sri Sitaram Sugar Company versus Union. And which has been held that there has to be a great deal of restraint insofar as interference in the matters pertaining to economic policy is concerned. The court cannot substitute its judgment for that of the legislature or the executive. It does not supplant the feel of the experts with its own views. And we have also scrutinized the record, and after examining the record, we have found that the judicial decision-making process cannot be flawed merely because the procedure has emanated from the central government. We have construed that the term recommendation has to be construed in the context of the statutory scheme, and what is contemplated is a consultative process. And from the record, it appears that there was a consultation between the RBI and the central government over a last period of 6 months. Then, insofar as the fourth issue is concerned, we have considered the 4-pronged test held in modern dental education. One, as to whether the action was designated for a proper purpose. We find that the 3 purposes are proper purposes, and whether there was a reasonable nexus of the measure with the purpose sought to be achieved. And we have held that there was a reasonable nexus. Then, insofar as the third test with regard to alternate measures is concerned, there cannot be any alternate measures for the action which is thought to be done by demonetization. Then the fourth one is whether there was proper relation between the importance of the purpose to be achieved and the limitations on the constitutional rights. And applying all these 4 tests, we have held that the action cannot be hit by the doctrine of proportionality. Then issue number 5, with regard to reasonableness of period is concerned, we have considered that in the 1978 Act, the period provided was only 3 days, and which was extendable by a further period of 5 days. And this has been found to be a reasonable period in the case of Jayantilal Shah by the Constitution Bench. In the present case, the period provided is 52 days, and therefore, applying the principles laid therein, it cannot be said to be an unreasonable period. Then, insofar as issue number 6 is concerned, we have held that the entire scheme of Section 3 and 4 has to be considered. The powers under the provision of subsection 2 of Section 4 cannot be construed in isolation, and therefore, the RBI does not have an independent power. Insofar as hardship is concerned, we have referred to the judgment in the case of R.K. Garg and Sonia Bhatia, and we have also considered that it is not relevant as to whether the objective achieved has objective thought has been achieved or not. So what is required is that there has to be an objective which is for the proper purposes, and there has to be a reasonable nexus with the measure and the object to be achieved. We also held that we cannot direct the central government to exercise its powers under subsection 2, and it is for the central government to exercise such a power if it finds that the exigency so arise. Accordingly, we have answered the reference as under 1. The power available to the central government under subsection 2 of section 26 of the RBI Act cannot be restricted to mean that it can be exercised only for one or some series of banknotes and not for all series of banknotes. The power can be exercised for all series of banknotes merely because on 2 earlier occasions the demonetization exercise was by plenary legislations. It cannot be held that such a power would not be available to the central government under subsection 2 of section 26 of the RBI Act. Then second, subsection 2 of section 26 of the RBI Act does not provide for excessive delegation inasmuch as there is an inbuilt safeguard that such a power has to be exercised on the recommendation of the central board. As such, subsection 2 of section 26 of the RBI Act is not liable to be struck down on the said ground. In 3, the impugn notification dated 8 November 2016 does not suffer from any flaws in the decision-making process. 4, the impugn notification dated 8 November 2016 satisfies the test of proportionality and as such cannot be struck down on the said ground. Right. The period provided for exchange of notes by the impugn notification dated 8 November 2016 cannot be said to be unreasonable. And 6. The RBI does not possess independent power under subsection 2 of section 4 of the 2017 Act in isolation of the provisions of section 3 and 4(1) thereof to accept the demonetized notes beyond the period specified in notification issued under subsection 1, section 4 of the 2017 Act. Having answered the reference, we direct the registry to place the matter before the Honorable the Chief Justice of India for placing it before the appropriate benches. Needless to state that all other contentions are kept open to be considered by the benches before which the matter would be placed. Before parting with the judgment, we place on record our deep appreciation for the valuable assistance rendered by Sri R. Venkatramani, the Learned Attorney General, Sri P. Chidambaram, Sri Shyam Diwan, and Sri Jaideep Gupta, Learned Senior Counsel, and all other counsels appearing for the parties.
If you can hear me. All right, so let me just tell our viewers, we are just waiting for the second judgment and the demonetization case to be pronounced. But Justice Gawai, or the 5-judge bench who just pronounced the first verdict, in breaking news seen right here on Republic TV, has said demonetization cannot be struck down. They have upheld this judgment. So Justice Gawai has upheld the demonetization process. They've also given details about Central being able to act after consultation with RBI.
16. Hence my separate judgment. By way of preface, I state that the judgment proposed by His Lordship Gawai J does not recognize the essential fact that the Act does not envisage initiation of demonetization of banknotes by the central government. Subsection 2 of Section 26 of the Act contemplates demonetization of banknotes at the instance of the Central Board of the Reserve Bank of India, hereinafter referred to as the Act, as the bank. Hence, if demonetization is to be initiated by the central government, such power is derived from entry 36 of List 1 of the 7th schedule to the Constitution, which speaks of currency, coinage and legal tender foreign exchange. I have quoted the 7 issues, judgments which were, the references, order dated 16th December 2016, where 9 questions were referred. His Lordship Gawai J has reframed the questions referred to this Constitution bench and culled out 6 questions, which have been answered in the erudite judgment proposed by him. My views on each of such questions, as contrasted with those of His Lordship's, have been expressed in a tabular form hereunder for easy reference. It is at the head, I have put that. Then I have stated about the overview regarding the importance of the Reserve Bank of India and the Reserve Bank of India Act 1934. Then I have spoken about the history and instances of demonetization the world over, in France, in the United States of America, Britain, Congo, Ghana, Nigeria, Myanmar, Russia, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, and the history of demonetization in India in the 2 periods of 1947 and 1978. Then, while speaking about the Reserve Bank of India being the bulwark of the Indian economy, I have quoted Internet and Mobile Association of India versus RBI, wherein one of us, we, Ram Suprapatyam J, while dealing with the regulation of cryptocurrency and virtual currency, highlighted the importance of the bank in the Indian economy. Then I've spoken about the economic and fiscal policies interference by the court and cited the judgments. What emerges from an understanding of the decisions referred to above or the subject of judicial review of economic policy may be culled out as under 1. That the court is not to sit in judgment over the merits of economic or financial policy. 2. That the scope of interference by a court is limited to instances where the impugned scheme or legislation in the economic arena has been enacted in violation of any constitutional or statutory provisions. 3. That the court may not undertake a foray into the merits, demerits, sufficiency or lack thereof, success in realizing the objectives, etc., of an economic policy. As such an analysis is the prerogative of the government in consultation with experts in the field. Being mindful of the limited scope of judicial review permissible in matters concerning economic policy decisions, I shall limit my examination of the matter to such extent as is necessary for the purpose of determining whether the process concluding in the issuance of the impugned notification was correct or as being contrary to subsection 2 of section 26 of the Act and allied aspects of the case. It may be stated at this juncture that the said aspect of the matter is not one of form, but of substance. Therefore, examining this aspect of the matter would not amount to interfering with or sitting in judgment over the merits of the policy of demonetization, and is therefore well within the limits of the Lakshman Rekha that this court has carefully drawn for itself. Then I have analyzed section 26 of the Act interpretation. There I have made again a table with a view to lend perspective to the issue with the discussion to follow. A bird's eye view of my analysis and conclusion has been expressed in a tabular form. The parameters for distinction. Then second, when the proposal for demonetization originates by way of a recommendation by the Central Board of the Bank. And the third is when the proposal for demonetization originates from the central government, as in the instant case. In that, I would say role of the central government, and the second parameter is role of the bank. The third parameter is extent of demonetization that may be proposed and carried out. 4. Considerations for proposed measures of demonetization illustrative. 5. Process or route to be followed to carry out demonetization. And 6. Applicability of subsection 2 of section 26 of the Reserve Bank of India Act. There I have stated that when the demonetization originates by way of a recommendation by the Central Board of the Bank, it is section 26(2) which applies. But when the proposal for demonetization originates from the central government, as in the instant case, it is not under section 26(2) of the Act. It is to be by way of a legislation. And if legislation is not the way, in the sense there is need for secrecy, then it is ordinance. Since I have accepted the contention of the learned Attorney General appearing for Union of India in relation to the power of the central government for initiating the process of demonetization, the next question would be whether the central government can, on initiating the process of demonetization, proceed to issue a gazette notification to demonetize any or all series of any or all denomination of banknotes on the strength of subsection 2 of section 26 of the Act. Consideration of this issue would also answer the contention of learned senior counsel for the petitioners regarding subsection 2 of section 26 of the Act being unguided and arbitrary in nature and hence unconstitutional. To this end, the following aspects have to be examined. A. Whether demonetization can be initiated and carried out by the central government by issuing a notification in the Gazette of India as per subsection 2 of section 26 of the Act. B. Extent of the central government's power to carry out demonetization, that is, whether all series of all denominations may be demonetized. As held herein before, the proposal for demonetization can emanate either from the central government or from the Central Board of the Bank. It is, however, necessary to contrast the proposal for demonetization initiated by the central government with that initiated by the Central Board of the Bank. When the bank recommends demonetization, it is in my view only for a particular series of banknotes of a particular denomination as specified in the recommendation made under subsection 2 of section 26 of the Act. The word any in subsection 2 cannot be read to mean all. If read as specified or particular as against all, in my view, it would not suffer from arbitrariness or suffer from unguided discretion being given to the central bank of the bank. On the other hand, in my view, the central government has the power to demonetize all series of banknotes of all denominations if the need for such a measure arises. It cannot be restricted to such powers in such manner as the Central Board of the Bank is under the above provision. This is because such power is not exercised under subsection 2 of section 26 of the Act, but is exercised notwithstanding the said provision by the central government. Therefore, demonetization of banknotes at the behest of the central government is a far more serious issue, having wider ramifications on the economy and on the citizens, as compared to demonetization of banknotes of a given series of a given denomination on the recommendation of the Central Board of the Bank by issuance of a gazette notification by the central government. Therefore, in my considered view, the powers of the central government being vast, the same have to be exercised only through a plenary legislation or a legislative process rather than by an executive act by the issuance of a notification in the Gazette of India. It is necessary that the Parliament, which consists of the representatives of the people of this country, discusses the matter and thereafter approves and supports the implementation of the scheme of demonetization. The central government, as already noted, could have several compulsions for initiating demonetization of the banknotes already in circulation in the economy, and it could do so even in the absence of a recommendation as per subsection 2 of section 26 Act of the Central Board of the Bank. On its bank to demonetize the banknotes, the advice or opinion of the central bank, which has to be consulted, may not always be in support of the proposal of the central government, as in the year 1978. The central board may give a negative opinion or a concurring opinion. In either of the situations, the central government may proceed to demonetize the banknotes, but only through a legislative process, either through an ordinance followed by a legislation if the parliament is not in session, or by a plenary legislation before the parliament, and depending upon the passage of the bill as an act, carry out its proposal of demonetization. Then they are given the reasons for the same. And I have said why it should be through the legislative process. A parliament is often referred to as a nation in miniature. It is the basis for democracy. A parliament provides representation of the people of a country and makes their voices heard. Without a parliament, a democracy cannot thrive. Every democratic country needs a parliament for the smooth conduct of its governance and to give meaning to democracy in the true sense. Parliament, which is the center of our democracy, cannot be left aloof in a matter of such importance. Its views on the subject of demonetization are critical and of utmost importance. Nobody states that the impugned Gazette notification dated 8 November 2016 of the central government was published on the initiation of a proposal of demonetization by the Central Board of the Bank. Proposal for demonetization was initiated by the central government by a letter dated 7.
Restrained.
All right, viewers. This is big coming up. Viewers, that now the Supreme Court verdict says no legal flaws in demonetization. This is huge. Supreme Court is upholding demonetization. It's a big win for the government, and not just that, viewers. The Supreme Court has rejected a challenge to the 2016 note ban. Let's go across to our executive editor, legal. Rhythm, this is big coming in. It's a big win for the government, and the Supreme Court saying that decision cannot be reversed.
All right, so Nupur, Shivangi, big breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has now upheld demonetization. They have stated there are no legal flaws. They've also said the central government has the result with the RBI and have come out with this. Even as this uphold this, Justice Gawai pronounced the order for 4 judges. Dissenting view by Justice Nagaratna, who's pronouncing it as we are speaking. But Justice Gawai has given out great details about why this has been upheld. I want to go across to Desh Ratan. I just want to tell our viewers what really happened in the first 20 minutes when Justice Gawai read out the judgment. 6 issues have been framed. He said there has to be a great deal of restraint before interfering in matters of economic significance by the court. It cannot be supplanted with judicial one, which is basically the Supreme Court saying there is a separation of powers between the judiciary and executive. The executive has come out with a law. We respect it. We are not going to be interfering in it, which is how separation of powers doctrine has to be upheld. The second thing Justice Gawai says is there was consultation between the center and the RBI for a period of 6 months, which means that it has therefore giving out reasons as to why it has been upheld. Now, very, very clearly, Justice Gawai, when he's pronouncing this verdict, has also said we don't need to go into the objectives of this. Whether it's been achieved or not is not for us to say. It has been there, it's on the statute books, and this has happened. So the Supreme Court, therefore, on the basis of all this, upholds the notification of demonetization, says it cannot be struck down. Of course, Desh Ratan Nigam, I want to come to you now. They have said when it comes to issues of currency notes, they have said about the validity of the consultation process. Another bench of the top court can look into that. That is, given out by the Chief Justice. But on the whole, Desh Ratan Nigam, the Supreme Court today, very, very clear that demonetization has been upheld and they are not interfering in it.
The fact remains that it's a very sensible judgment. And if it had gone otherwise, then the entire edifice of governance in India would have crumbled. And as you rightly said, there is a separation of powers. Executive has this power to demonetization, and both through a legislation and under the RBI Act as given in Section 26. And therefore, nobody can, interfere with the powers. Yes, they said they can look into only if not on the merits of the case, but the process that have been followed. And so far as the process is concerned, Center has the power both under the Constitution and under the central list of the 7th schedule that we have, and that cannot be faulted. Yes, they can do legislation also, and this legislation has to be tested on the parameters of the Constitution, and they have found merit in the demonetization and upheld it, and rightly so, because I still believe this was a politically motivated, mischievous litigation. In the background, if you lift the curtain, then you will realize there were people behind it who wanted to embarrass the government through misusing the process of law, which I believe they have been, knocked down by this judgment. And time and again, they have been taking frivolous litigation to the court. Please remember, they went for Pegasus, Rafale. This was a similar kind of mischievous litigation. And the courts have thoroughly gone into it and have pronounced a judgment, where they clearly said we must exercise restraint. Tomorrow if the executive starts interfering in judicial process, then what would happen? So there is a clear demarcation of the powers between the 3 organs of the state, and they all have to respect each other. Otherwise, difficulty would arise in running the country. And the government of India had an objective, and which they have achieved to a large extent. A lot of black money has been unearthed. Tax collection has gone up. Digitization has taken place. Because of everything was connected. It is not that this particular demonetization was in isolation. The government of India was building step by step. jam, platform, demonetization, online, digitization, everything was there. Today you have GST collections crossing 1.5 lakh crores, per month, which could not have been imagined in any other era. So therefore, the government of India very clear
Yes.
thought process
Deshata
have
Nigam,
been
absolutely.
able to, do this
Deshata Nigam,
demonetization.
sir, I
which the
just
Supreme
want
Court
to
through its, legal
interrupt you for a
processes
minute because there's also a reaction that's coming in of the former Law Minister Ashwini Kumar. Sir, I'm just going to interrupt.
The petitions raised substantial questions of law. The court has now decided it will not be possible for me or for anyone else to comment on the exact points of the judgment without reading the full judgment but whatever is in the public domain. It is clear that the government's policy to demonetize has received the imprimatur of the highest court and has been legitimized and accepted constitutionally.
But Supreme Court also said that the decision being executive economic policy and cannot be reversed.
That, of course, is the settled law that courts do not normally interfere with government's economic policy decisions. This is settled law, and therefore they have followed that principle. Yet the final validity of the judgment will be tested in time. There will be many articles which will come about the judgment in due course, but for the moment the matter rests there.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट का बड़ा फैसला आया है, डिमोनेटाइजेशन का जो फैसला था सरकार का उसको उचित ठहराया है।
जो खबरें आ रही हैं उसके मुताबिक सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो फैसला है वो यही है कि जो सरकार का निर्णय था डिमोनेटाइजेशन के मुतालिक वो एक आर्थिक नीति के मुतालिक डिसीजन था और वो डिसीजन संविधान की मर्यादा के अनुकूल है, इसलिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसको वैध ठहराया है। ये बहुत अहम मुद्दा था, इस पे बहुत अहम कानूनी नुक्ते पेश किए गए थे। कोर्ट ने अपने विचार और विवेक के मुताबिक जो फैसला किया है अब उस फैसले को स्वीकार करना होगा। और एक बात मैं मानता हूं कहीं ना कहीं यही भी कोर्ट के सामने रही होगी ज़रूर कि अब 6 साल के बाद इस फैसले में जो पॉइंट्स हैं वो अब एकेडमिक हो गए हैं, ये कहा भी था मगर उन्होंने फैसला किया है।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला आ चुका है नोटबंदी को लेकर, केंद्र सरकार के इस नीति को क्लीन चिट दिया गया।
All right, so this is Supreme Court that is clearly stating out that the process has been upheld. Very interestingly, former Law Minister also now stating that the process has been legitimized by the Supreme Court. Very interesting views coming in there right now from former Law Minister Deshata Nigam. I want you to elaborate a little bit about what you were talking about, because of course the two legal headlines that we are getting is demonetization has been upheld. The Supreme Court has stated it is legal, but also importantly, you also stated and highlighted this was a mischievous litigation. There were 58 petitions filed. Very clearly, the lobby that has also tried to do the same in the Pegasus case, in the Rafale case, in the Loya case, in several other cases, had tried to do this as well. Let me first also now go across for reactions that are coming in. Joining us on the phone line also is Swapnil. Nalin Kohli. All right, first I'm going to go across. Joining us on the phone line. Nalin, we were just discussing how a mischievous petition had been filed. This was a mischievous attempt that was there by a certain lobby to try and question the process of the central government. Today, the top court in a massive judgment up.
The practicing lawyer, the way I look at it is that anyone can file a petition, but once the judgment comes and once the court has applied its judicial minds, heard all the parties, seen it from the perspective of law, legality, constitutionality, thereafter the judgment should not then be used in terms of saying that the court did not correctly look at it. That is incorrect. And when you use the word there is a certain lobby that has worked like that, we must bear in mind that those who went to the court on Rafale and all continued to make them not to respect the judicial outcome, which is not correct. Now, what this judgment has done is it has confirmed that the decision by itself was correct. It passes the test of constitutionality in terms of it being constitutionally valid. There is no malafide, so it was a decision that the government had a power. It exercised that power. Yeah. Now, even if there is a differing judgment, that is a point of view. But finally, the majority judgment holds. Now, what one will hope is that those who put this challenge should not now tomorrow say that we are disappointed with the court and then start politicizing it and start raising questions on the independence of the court. That would be unfortunate, and that would then confirm that their intention at filing the judgment or the petition was driven by political reasons, not legal reasons.
All right. Mr. Kohli, what I wanted to ask you was that obviously at the heart of it was these petitions that challenged the basic lawmaking process, and that is something that has been upheld by the court today, saying that questions cannot be raised when a government decides to put in place a policy. Do you see this as having far-reaching ramifications later on?
Every judgment has far-reaching ramifications because it's a dialogue in terms of how governments will function, and then the right of judicial review, which is with the courts. It's a basic feature of the Constitution. So therefore, courts are exercising that right. The government is exercising its administrative and executive rights. Now, when there is nothing wrong found by the court, then this matter has to stand closed. And you cannot continue flogging, as we say, a dead horse. Which is what unfortunately happened in the Rafael case. That a lot of noise was made about Rafael. The government consistently held out the reason. The court looked at everything and finally said that there is no malafide here. But those who raised the petition kept on politicizing it even significantly for a significant time thereafter, which meant that they were not just challenging the government's rights to take a decision in the interest of the country, they were also challenging the independence of the court having seen it.
All right, Mr. Kohli, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us. Also joining us on the broadcast, I think, is Mr. Swapnil Kothari. Mr. Kothari, good morning. How do you see this judgment that has come in? The court also did say that there is no flaw in the manner in which this law was actually essentially put forward by the government. So how do you see this? Do you think it will have far-reaching ramifications?
Well, I think this is a clear message from the court that the separation of the powers doctrine, that is the independence of the judiciary, the executive and the legislature, is paramount. Each of them has an own objective to achieve. Who else but the executive is going to frame a monetary policy? 20 rupee coin, whether it has to be a 20 rupee coin, can be decided only by the executive. What's the harm in that? Likewise, if 500 rupee notes need to go off or 1,000 rupee needs to go off, and that too in consultation with the RBI. It's not that it was a whimsical decision. Now, whether the decision panned out, it didn't pan out, is a separate issue altogether. The issue at hand is whether or not it is within the parameters of the executive without transgressing any constitutional parameters. Is something. The answer to that is clear-cut, yes. And that is the reason why it meets the doctrine of proportionality. It's not that it was absolutely disproportionate, whimsical, arbitrary. That's the reason why the court came to a conclusion that it meets the tests of proportionality. And the dissenting judgment of Justice Ragaratna, which says that it is in the form of a gazetted notification and it is not appropriate. So that is something with due respect I beg to differ. Because if it is in consultation with the topmost authority of the banks, then I do not see any procedural flaw in that and the way it came across. It had to come out all of a sudden because of the objectives that it wanted to achieve. So that means there was the notification, or whether the objective in question has a rational relation. Now, for the benefit of your viewers, let me tell the people that there has to be a rational relation between the legislation or the notification that has to be achieved and the notification in question. So there was a rational relation between the objective of trying to remove black money from the equation. So there is no such doctrine of equality also that has been breached. Now on that count, Nupur, the answer to that is very clear, and 4:1 ratio, I am not surprised at all. Yes, it may be amount to flogging a dead horse because it's a mere academic exercise after 6 years. But nevertheless, judicial review is a part of the basic structure of our constitution. If there were petitions, a batch of petitions before the Supreme Court has to give a decision and a reasoned decision, and it has given that today. It will be a great amount of academic exercise in reading also, in law schools also, as to exactly to what extent can the judiciary literally interfere, that's one, and two, count something as unconstitutional when actually it is within the power. Now to give an emotional appeal to that, Nupur, saying that it never worked out, there were people who died, there was a stampede, that's all irrelevant.
Absolutely. And Mr. Kothari, even when the Supreme Court was hearing this case, it did at several points mention that we believe that this is just academic in nature. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Kothari. I'm going to go back to Mr. Nigam. Mr. Nigam, do you think, that petitions like this one are more perhaps an attempt at political mudslinging? Because every time, a government comes out with a policy, it cannot be challenged in court because then it would lead to policy paralysis. And that's something that we've seen in the past as well.
Well, in fact, the law provides such kind of a challenge, but it is for the court to see whether it is a mischievous litigation, politically motivated or not. And therefore, I believe exemplary cost should be imposed on, such kind of politically motivated litigations. We have seen in the past also, as we have just discussed. So in this particular case, only procedure had to be looked into, not the merits of the case. And procedurally, no fault could be found out. Due consultation was done, and only after that a notification was brought in. And let me tell you, this was a politically motivated litigation couched in legal niceties, trying to bring in points which did not exist just for the sake of argument. And therefore, it's a 5-judge bench. They probably have not said anything on the probably they have not even lifted the curtain, thinking it best to settle it once for all that this demonetization was valid and constitutionally valid. And therefore, I think the lobby which is probably behind this must understand it's high time that they should take a back step. Probably all these things are starting, and probably more frivolous litigation will come because of the 2024 elections. So it's all mixed up, and people like the kind of lawyers we have, and who wanted Ram Mandir to be postponed after 2019 elections.
Absolutely.
So all those things exist. And therefore, it is for the Supreme Court to make a call how to end this kind of litigation and to have exemplary costs imposed on such people.
Absolutely. And in a country where there are so many pending cases already, perhaps, what you say is the need of the hour. For the moment, Mr. Nigam, thank you for joining us. Let me also go across to Mr. M.R. Venkatesh, who's joining me on the phone line. Mr. Venkatesh, what do you make of this judgment that's come out? And do you agree largely with the point that is being made that, these frivolous litigation, which essentially is driven by political agenda, needs to stop, because it will at some point in time lead to policy paralysis if we go back and question all these policies?
See, the point is, it was not a public interest litigation, it was a politically motivated interest litigation, political interest litigation. So the outcome is not that they want to correct, even if they are genuine about it and they are so very concerned about what's happening. They are not about to remedy the situation. Their only challenge was to see that whatever decision this government takes was to be challenged at some point of time, and they took it to the People's Court and they got defeated in 2019. You will recall 2019, there was a huge issue about demonetization in the 2019 general elections. And when they failed there, they then took it to the court. Now they also failed there. Now what is it show? As Mr. Nigam pointed out, that the issue is not about the challenge, the issue was about the process. And even the process has now been found to be in order, and the courts did not find merit in interfering with the 2016 demonetization. So what remains? What remains is only the caucus. What remains is the people who have been repeatedly hounding this government have come about in the same cabal comes back again, and unless this type of frivolous litigations are stopped, and unless the courts come out, I think the court, I don't know what the final operative portion of the judgment is, but I believe that the courts have imposed a very heavy costs on such type of frivolous political interest litigation, so that the people don't dare to come back and start doing all this mischief all over once again. Because if you leave these busybodies all over, they come back, regroup, and tomorrow they will be on something else, what the budget says or what the Prime Minister or the government comes about with new scheme or program. So this has to be met somewhere. We have to stop these busybodies interfering with the policy and economic policies of the government. And that was the settled rule. Courts never interfered in the policy framing. But of late, this has come as some sort of an interference, thanks to the opposition to Mr. Modi by these busybodies, that this is happening repeatedly. Time we all put an end to this nonsense, the better.
Right. Mr. Venkatesh, the other part of it also is the fact that, in its judgment, the court said that it believed that ample time was given for the RBI to look at what was being proposed by the government, and thereafter ample time was given for, people essentially to have legal recourse to issues that they faced. And the RBI, in fact, did detail all those measures that were put in place. So do you think in that manner, the argument of, all the petitioners has been thrown completely out of the window, that this was a knee-jerk decision that was taken by the government?
No, in fact, the blame and the memes that were put before in social media and the blame in the official media was that you are daily changing the policies. Why didn't the government or the RBI change the policies and field the stones as they cross the river? Because people came and told them that they had this problem, they had that problem, so policies were tweaked, circulars were issued almost on a daily basis, so that people, as they came about with the challenges on a real-time basis, used to respond and bring it to the RBI. And RBI, in all its wisdom, collected all the data and collected all the information or feedback from various people, and then came about with such tweaking. And when such tweaking happened, people laughed. Now you come back and say that you are not consulted, or your feedbacks are not taken. It's laughable, because you're speaking for tweedledee and you're also speaking for tweedledum. Now, the fact of the matter is, RBI has done it. It has got the sanctity of the Supreme Court, the chapa of the Supreme Court. I think all matters comes to an end, and I think we should say that what demonetization was carried out and the manner in which it was carried out was perfectly legal and within the four square corners of the law. That's all, period. It's done and dusted.
All right. M.R. Venkatesh, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you very much for joining us. So, of course, this is a big judgment that's come in favor of the government from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has upheld the demonetization policy, saying that the centre had the power to demonetize all series of banknotes, adding that that decision that was taken on the 8th of November in 2016 can't be said to be unreasonable, nor was it hit by the doctrine of proportionality. And joining us back on the broadcast is Rhythm Bhardwaj. Rhythm, we were talking about the fact that the top court, in a sense, has almost said that there was nothing illegal about this decision, and perhaps, in its hearings earlier in the Supreme Court, Rhythm, the court kept on saying that we believe this is mostly academic in nature. All right, I think
M.R. Venkatesh was telling us this is a move that was made to impact the economy positively. Comes in for the Narendra Modi government that had started demonetization in 2016. It's emphatic that 2 points made from the Supreme Court. First, the separation of powers doctrine, which they said that the Supreme Court is not going to interfere in an executive decision. The second thing they've said is that the central government had consulted with RBI for 6 months before this decision was taken. On all other simpler points on the validation of the consultation process, they've said forward and go for an appropriate forward by the Chief Justice. But I think the most important point that has to also be remembered here, as we've just spoken to needs to be stopped. There were 58 petitions filed against demonetization. Mahesh Barrier, a political analyst who joined us in the morning, correctly said this seems to be more political than economic, and therefore mischievous litigation. It's also several times filed in the Supreme Court in the guise of public interest should be stopped, which is right.
All right, we seem to be still running into some trouble with Rhythm's connection over there, but the big news story that we are following this morning right now is the fact that the Supreme Court has affirmed the government's demonetization move of 2016, saying that there is no flaw in that decision-making process. Now, in fact, the top court said that adequate consultations took place between the Centre and the Reserve Bank of India before the note ban decision. We are also given to understand that this verdict, of course, in this verdict, of course, the Supreme Court also said that there was a principle of proportionality that was followed, so there's nothing illegal about it. All right. So this, of course, is a big decision that has come in from the Supreme Court. Now, apart from that, of course, most people we've been speaking to since the morning see the number of petitions that was filed in this case largely as political, because do remember that this was order that was today's order, of course, says that there was nothing wrong legally, and the centre, of course, did consult the RBI over a period of about 5 months before this decision essentially was announced. Now, so the court said that the demonetization exercise cannot be struck down on grounds of proportionality, and that, of course, it added that a period of 52 days essentially was given after the decision was taken for exchange of notes, and the period of time that was nearly 2 months is not unreasonable. We are also given to understand that 4 of the 5 judges have essentially came out said that this was something that was legally binding, and there was nothing that was not followed in terms of a process. Shivangi also is continuing to be with us on this broadcast. Now, Shivangi, there was just one dissenting judge, that was Justice B.V. Nagaratna, who gave a dissenting judgment saying that demonetization could have been executed through an act of parliament and not by government.
Right. So that was a dissenting view which had come, but essentially, Nupur and our viewers, the Supreme Court upheld demonetization. All right, we're getting reactions coming in. Let's play that out first.
The decision of the highest court, and I think constitutionally speaking, legally speaking, it puts the lid on the subject. The judgment is important for different reasons. It had political implications, and I think it has constitutional implications. The petitions raised substantial questions of law. The court has now decided it will not be possible for me or for anyone else to comment on the exact points of the judgment without reading the full judgment but whatever is in the public domain. It is clear that the government's policy to demonetize has received the imprimatur of the highest court and has been legitimized and accepted constitutionally.
But Supreme Court also said that the decision being executive, economic policy and cannot be reversed.
That, of course, is the settled law that courts do not normally interfere with government's economic policy decisions. This is settled law, and therefore they have followed that principle. Yet the final validity of the judgment will be tested in time. There will be many articles which will come about the judgment in due course, but for the moment the matter rests there.
Well, that, of course, was Ashwini Kumar, the former law minister, saying that the courts have stood by precedent in the judgment that has come in from the Supreme Court, because courts usually do not interfere with policy making of the government, and that perhaps is what happened today as well. So just to tell our viewers what's happened, this is the big story we're tracking on Republic. The Supreme Court has backed the Prime Minister's 2016 note ban in a majority judgment and said that the decision cannot be faulted just because the centre initiated it. You are watching Republic TV. We'll continue to bring you updates on this story as well as others. We'll get you the latest in terms of the Delhi hit and run case as the girl's family now asks for a CBI inquiry. And we'll also go back to Rajouri and get you an update on the IED blast that took place this morning.
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
जैन समाज की तरफ से यह प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेश शिखर जी, जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
जैन समाज की तरफ से यह प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेश शिखर जी, जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो
उन्होंने तो कोई जगह छोड़ी ही नहीं है।
हमें हमारा पक्ष रखने दीजिए। सुनिए, हमारा पक्ष रखने दीजिए, उसके बाद सवालों का जवाब देता हूँ। हमारा पक्ष अभी तक पूरा हुआ नहीं है।
Exactly.
कुछ चीजें मुझे
keep it little short and sweet, not very long.
नहीं, ये स्टोरी लॉन्ग है। ये स्टोरी लॉन्ग है तो आपको पूरे पेशेंस के साथ वो स्टोरी सुननी पड़ेगी।
आपने 3-4 उनके इंटरव्यू कर लिए, तो भाई अब हमारी भी सुन लो। हम तो पहली बार नहीं है। आप लोग ही चाहते थे ना कि हम लोग सामने आके बोले। आज हम सामने बैठे हैं। जहाँ तक ड्रग्स की बात है, मेरा भाई कोई ड्रग्स नहीं करता था। पुलिस ऑलरेडी इन्वेस्टिगेट कर चुकी है। यहाँ पे ये बात होती है खत्म।
आप बोलिए, लेकिन आप रिलेशन पे बोलिए कि उनके बीच क्या कोई रिलेशन था।
आ रहा हूँ।
वही आ रहे हैं।
वो मैं क्लैरिफाई कर रहा हूँ।
बोलिए सर, आप बोलिए शैलेंद्र जी, बोलिए।
आप कर लो पहले।
आप पहले बोलिए, सवाल कर
पहले आप क्लियर कर दो।
हाँ बोलिए।
क्या उनके बीच कोई रिलेशन था?
बहुत अंडरस्टैंडिंग का रिलेशन था उनके बीच। बहुत अंडरस्टैंडिंग और बहुत केयरिंग रिलेशन था उनके बीच। जो इन लोगों ने, क्योंकि टुनिशा की मदर नहीं चाहती थी कि शिजान के साथ उसकी शादी हो, ये बोला गया टुनिशा की मदर के थ्रू। और इनका बहुत अंडरस्टैंडिंग वाला रिलेशन था, जहां पे शिजान ने ये चीज बोली है कि टुन्नी काम करते, तू अपने आप पे ध्यान दे, तू अपनी लाइफ जी, मैं नहीं चाहता तू किसी पे भी डिपेंडेंट रहे, साथ में काम करते हैं, टाइम देते एक दूसरे को, और दोनों म्यूचुअल अंडरस्टैंडिंग के साथ इस चीज को माने हैं और आगे बढ़े हैं। बहुत अच्छी अंडरस्टैंडिंग थी दोनों के बीच में। दोनों बच्चे बहुत प्यारे थे हैं।
और जो उन्होंने
उसमें उन्होंने शिजान और अपना जो अंतिम शब्द लिखा था, आपके भाई का नाम लिखा था, उन्होंने ना कि अपने माँ का नाम लिखा था।
हाँ, तो क्योंकि अंडरस्टैंडिंग जिसके साथ होगी उसी के लिए लिखा जाएगा ना, माँ के साथ नहीं थी अंडरस्टैंडिंग।
एक मिनट, और वहाँ पे ये लिखा गया था कि Shizan is blessed to have me as a co-actor। इसके अलावा कुछ नहीं लिखा है, वो सुसाइड नोट नहीं है।
वो सुसाइड नोट में नहीं आता है, प्लीज इसको ना।
और वो उसने 3 या 4 दिन पहले लिखा था, लेकिन उस रूम में वो वहाँ पे पड़ा हुआ था।
क्योंकि
16 तारीख को टूनिशा की तबीयत खराब होती है। एक सेकेंड प्लीज। 16 तारीख को टूनिशा की तबीयत खराब हुई है, उन्हीं को बोलने दीजिए, पहले उन्हीं को बोलने देते
तो
हैं।
आप फिर उन्हीं का पक्ष सुन लीजिए।
नहीं, आप उनसे सबूत मांगिए प्लीज, आप सबूत लीजिए ना उनसे प्लीज।
अभी एक जन सभी लोग के पसंद से चलो, अभी आप अकेले हो रहे, सब
हमारी बात पूरी नहीं हुई है,
उनको इग्नोर करें।
अरे मैम अच्छा नहीं मुझे मत जाइए, अच्छा नहीं लगेगा। आप बैठ जाइए, अच्छा नहीं लग रहा कैमरा पे,
बैठ जाओ।
आप बैठ जाइए।
एक मिनट आपके सवाल देखो, आप लोग भी आपके सवाल का जवाब दे देते, आपके सवाल का जवाब दे देते।
बैठ के आप भी बैठ जाइए। ठीक। हाँ, शैलेंद्र जी कुछ बोल रहे हैं, शैलेंद्र जी को बोल रहे।
मैंने जो आपको इसके पहले 23 तारीख का एक एपिसोड बताया, जहाँ पे तुनिशा ने मैंने आपको कुछ देर पहले 23 का एक इंसिडेंट बताया, जहाँ पे तुनिशा पार्थ के रूम में आके क्या किया क्या नहीं किया। अगर वो दोनों का रिलेशनशिप होता, अगर वो दोनों इतने करीब उस समय थे, तो वो शीजान को एज अ को एक्टर ट्रीट नहीं करती। शीजान वॉज इक्वली अ को एक्टर एंड अ गुड फ्रेंड फॉर हर। जिस वजह से किसी का भी ये आरोप लगाना कि उस 10 मिनट में उन्होंने उनसे बात की, 15 मिनट में बात की, ये सरासर गलत है। पुलिस के जांच या इंक्वायरी में ये कहीं नहीं आया है। ये जो भी है आरोप सनसनीखेज पवन शर्मा, वनीता शर्मा के तरफ से ही आया है।
सर एक बात बताइए, एक दिन पहले उनकी बात
भाई, एक आदमी सवाल पूछता है ना, तुम लोग बीच में मत बोलो, दे दो ना उसको। हल्ला क्यों करते हो तुम लोग?
सर उनकी मान सेट पे जाकर उन्होंने शीजान को समझाया था कि शीजान को ये क्या कर रहा है, अगर किसी और लड़की से कमिटेड है तो फिर तुनिशा के मतलब क्यों कर रहा है। तो शीजान ने कहा कि आई एम सॉरी, आपको जो करना है करिए।
ये सरासर गलत है। 23 तारीख को शीजान ने अपने फोन से उनकी माताजी को फोन किया, आप जहां भी हैं आप तुरंत अभी इसी वक्त सेट पे आइए। किस कारण से किया था वो मैंने ऑलरेडी आपको कहा है। पार्थ को उन्होंने अपना मोबाइल दिखाया, जहां पे एक फांसी का फंदे का फोटो दिखाया था। एंड बीइंग कंसर्न केयरिंग, क्योंकि उनका सगा भाई छोटा ऑटिस्टिक है, उन्होंने उनकी माताजी से अनुरोध किया कि प्लीज आप अपनी बेटी के साथ समय बिताइए, आप प्लीज अपनी बेटी के साथ रहिए, उसे अकेला मत छोड़िए, उसको आपकी जरूरत है। उनकी बेटी को उनके माँ का प्यार कभी नहीं मिला है। अगर उनकी परिवार से, उनकी माताजी से तुनिशा को वो प्यार मिला रहता तो वो प्यार बाहर नहीं ढूंढती। आप इतना बोलिए।
वनीता जी चंडीगढ़ में थी जब तुनिशा को 104 फीवर आया था, वो कौन सी डेट थी, डेट के साथ बताओ। तुनिशा की तबीयत बहुत ज्यादा खराब हो गई थी, वो सेट पे थी, शूट कर रही थी और उसको 104 फीवर था। और उसकी मम्मी का मुझे फर्स्ट टाइम तब कॉल आया था कि मैं बॉम्बे में नहीं हूं, मैं चंडीगढ़ में हूं, मेरी प्रॉपर्टी का कुछ तो इशू चल रहा है, जो बड़ी नॉर्मल मेरी उनसे अच्छे से बात हुई थी। और आप प्लीज टुनिशा को घर पे बुला लीजिए, आप उसको देख लीजिए, क्योंकि घर पे उनके नाना जो ऑलरेडी बीमार हैं उनको
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
जैन समाज की तरफ से यह प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेश शिखर जी जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
I'm coming.
We are coming on that. Please hold.
तुनिशा का ये पहला रिलेशन नहीं था। तुनिशा का ये
Guys, please.
बोल रहे हैं।
मैंने अभी बताया। प्लीज सुन लीजिए, सबको जवाब मिल जाएंगे। प्लीज 5 मिनट के लिए सब लोग शांत हो जाइए। प्लीज सुन लीजिए, प्लीज।
तुनिशा का
प्लीज साइलेंस।
जैन समाज की तरफ से यह प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेश शिखर जी जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सबसे ज्यादा इफेक्ट हुई। उसमें बताया जा रहा है कि 2 लोगों की झुलसने से मौत हो गई है और साथ ही 6 लोगों को रेस्क्यू कर लिया गया है।
यही वो बलोनो गाड़ी है जिससे ये एक्सीडेंट यहाँ पर हुआ है। सबसे बड़ी बात यही है कि आखिर में 20 साल की लड़की इस गाड़ी में फंसती है और उन लड़कों को नहीं पता चलता। जो स्टेटमेंट उनकी ओर से लगातार ये दिया जा रहा है कि उनको इस बात की जानकारी नहीं कि वो लड़की इस गाड़ी में जो है वो फंसी हुई थी, कि स्कूटी का ये जो आगे का हिस्सा है, आगे का हिस्सा वो पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो चुका है।
जैन समाज की तरफ से यह प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। समेश शिखर जी जो जैन समाज का एक तीर्थ स्थल माना जाता है, उसको जब केंद्र सरकार और झारखंड सरकार ने पर्यटन स्थल घोषित कर दिया, उसके बाद से ये प्रोटेस्ट जो है वो हमें देश के तमाम अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो है वो देखने को मिल रहा है। यहाँ पर लगातार जो है दिल्ली पुलिस डिटेन करती हुई नजर आ रही है जैन समाज के लोगों को।
तो अभी मैं GK2 में खड़ा हूं और आप मेरे राइट साइड में देख सकती हैं, ये वही अंतरा केयर सेंटर है जहां पर सुबह में आग लगी है। लगभग 5 बजे का वो समय बताया जा रहा है। जो सेकंड फ्लोर है और थर्ड फ्लोर है, उन्हीं दोनों फ्लोर में आग सब
Viewers, top headlines right now. Yet another lobby lie collapses. Top court upholds Modi government's 2016 demonetization move. Horrific hit and run case in national capital. 20-year-old has been mowed down and dragged for 4 kilometers. 5 arrested. Victim's family alleges foul play, but the police refutes family demands CBI investigation. Yet another cowardly attack in Jammu and Kashmir. The blast in Rajouri after the terror attack. Second stampede at Chandrababu Naidu's event in 5 days. Who will take the responsibility? Shri Krishna Janmabhoomi Shahi Eidgah case in court today. Court to decide on survey timings. Viewers, we are live and breaking this Monday. I'm Shivangi Shukla. You're watching India's #1 news channel, Republic TV. Hours after terror attack in Rajouri, viewers claimed the lives of 4 civilians, injuring 6 others. An IED blast has been reported a while back. Reports suggest that 5 have been injured in the attack, viewers. So we are getting to know that an IED blast has been reported a while back, and we also can tell you that 5 people have been injured in the attack. This is coming in after the death toll in the Rajouri terror attack has increased. Many people are critically injured in the suspected targeted killing incident that took place in Rajouri. And according to the eyewitnesses, 2 armed terrorists opened fire at 3 houses separated at a distance at around 50 meters each in Rajouri. Now, this happened on Sunday evening, leading to casualties and injuries. Let's go to Gursimran. Gursimran is joining us live. He's tracking every development. Now, Gursimran, after the terror attack, what we have learned is that an IED blast has been reported a short while back. Give us the details.
See, yesterday, this same house right now where we are standing in front of was attacked by the terrorist, and 1 person was killed here, Deepak Sharma. And today morning at around 9:40, a blast has taken place which has taken 1 life, leaving 1 critically injured and 8 others injured. So a total of 9 injuries and 1 death has been reported. And if we count it from yesterday, 5 people have lost their life in the terror incidents in Rajouri, this area only Dangri, and 15 people are injured. Now the senior officials of the Indian Army as well as the Jammu and Kashmir police, they are also at the spot. They are trying to ascertain what has transpired, because what it seems that this is a newly infiltrated group of terror outfit Jaish-e-Mohammed that carried out this kind of act of terror. Agencies are trying to get hold of these terrorists or to neutralize them, but the way these terrorists have planned these attacks, it is a very deep-rooted conspiracy, because they were well aware that once there will be civilian casualties, then the people or the forces will gather at this place, and then they have put a timer ID here that blew at around 9:40 that has caused injuries to the civilians. However, there was no security force at that very place at the given time, but yes, that is a major tragedy. 1 life has been lost and 9 others are critically injured. And now the senior officials of the IG, CRPF, ADG, Jammu and Kashmir Police, Jammu Zone, and also the brigadier level officers of the Indian Army, they are camping here in the Dangri village, trying to ascertain what has transpired and what is the next strategy, because next strategy needs to be a step ahead of those terrorists.
Hold on for a second. I'm being joined by Kavinder Gupta on the phone line. On the phone line, former Deputy CM of Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you for joining us. Now we are learning we are learning some details come out of this about this Rajouri attack. We also know that this looks like a case of targeted killing because Aadhaar cards were checked before killing the victims who were identified, many of them as Hindus.
मिलिटेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने एक अपना मॉड्यूल चेंज किया है। पहले भी कश्मीर में टारगेट किलिंग्स की गई हैं और अब राजौरी पुंछ जबकि घाटी में एक माहौल साजगार बनाने की कोशिश की जा रही थी, तो अब राजौरी पुंछ का जो शांत इलाका था इसको निशाना बनाने की कोशिश की गई है। लेकिन सुरक्षा बलों पर विश्वास करना होगा जिन्होंने कश्मीर में आतंकवाद की कमर को तोड़ा है। ठीक है, उसी तरह से ये अपने यूनिफाइड जो कमांड है जिसमें आर्मी या दूसरे सुरक्षा बल सभी इकट्ठे बैठ करके इसकी रणनीति बनाएंगे और जल्द ही उनको मार गिराया जाएगा। सर्च ऑपरेशन भी जारी है। आगे से इस प्रकार की घटनाएं कोई ना हो, सरकार उसको भी सुनिश्चित कर रही है और जीरो टॉलरेंस पे काम कर रही है। जो जानकारी मिली है कि आने वाले समय में सलाहुद्दीन जैसे लोग जो पाकिस्तान में बैठ करके मिलिटेंट्स गतिविधियों को अंजाम दे रहे हैं, उनकी जहां पर जो प्रॉपर्टीज हैं जो वो है उनको भी खत्म किया जाएगा और उनके जो नियर है जो उनके उन पर भी एक्शन किया जाएगा। आज भी ओवरग्राउंड वर्कर्स, अंडरग्राउंड वर्कर्स कोई रेडिकलाइजेशन जो है कहीं रुकी है ऐसा नहीं है, लेकिन समय समय पर एक कोशिश की जा रही है। तो विश्वास करना चाहिए सरकार पर और अपने सुरक्षा बलों पर जो एक अपनी जान तक की परवाह न करते हुए इस प्रकार की घटनाओं को रोकते हैं। पिछले लगभग एक वर्ष में 159 मिलिटेंट्स का मारा जाना, बड़े लेवल पर हथियारों का जब्त होना, ये सब चीजें जारी हैं। जो आज घटना हुई है दुखद है, अनफॉर्चुनेट है और इस पर भी जल्द ही एक्शन होगा।
हाँ जी, और the terror angle is coming out as well, Mr. Kavinder Gupta. The terror angle has to be investigated, and what we know is that there has been an IED blast after the terror attack, and now NIA is stepping in. So what will be the NIA looking at? What is the protocol that they're going to follow? All right. So we will be getting back to Kavinder Gupta, but I'll join right now by Nirmal Singh of the BJP is joining us. Thank you for joining us, Nirmal Singh. Now, what we are looking at right now, and I was asking this to Kavinder Gupta as well. Now, the NIA has stepped in. The NIA is going to go ahead and look at what happened. An IED blast has also been reported a while back just after that terrible terror attack.
It's very shocking that this incident has happened in Rajouri, which is comparatively a peaceful area, but it falls on the border. So the Pakistani terrorists, they have succeeded in entering that area and do target killing. And the matter of concern is that they identify the people by showing, by asking their Aadhaar cards and all that. And now the ED has been blasted there, and in which a child has been killed. So this is shocking, but this is desperate attempt by the Pakistani terrorists to give message to the world community, to the people at large, that they still exist. And as you have seen that 2-3 days back, these terrorists, there are 4 terrorists, Pakistani terrorists have been killed in Jammu. So they are targeting Jammu province as of now. But be sure that our security forces, army, they are taking them down and they shall be brought to justice and they shall be eliminated. That's there. This is a proxy war and we are fighting it. The public is with the government and all the security forces, whether it's army, security forces and police, they are working in a very good coordination to eliminate this terrorism from the from Jammu and Kashmir.
Right. Okay. Nirmal Singh, BJP leader, thank you so much for joining us here. And I just want to go back to our correspondent on ground, who who is getting us all the updates. Gursimran is there on ground right now. Gursimran, if you can hear me right now, and if you're there, you also got us some exclusive visuals. You got us exclusive visuals from what happened from the site of the terror attack. Take us through what we have learned so far. And we also know, Gursimran, that the eyewitnesses we have spoken to, they're narrating the ordeal where they're saying that some people came and they did targeted killings in 3 houses. And they are also adding a conspiracy is being hatched so that migration takes place from here.
See, the senior officials of the Indian Army, they have visited the spot soon after the attack in which 4 civilians were killed, and then followed by an ID blast that has taken place. Now the officials of the Indian Army, the brigadier rank officers, they are leaving the spot, and possibly the strategy for the future has been charted out, because these terrorists seems to be the 2 of the deadliest ones who have come with their plan, a foolproof plan, that how they will give multiple terror attacks they will carry out multiple terror attacks in the region, first by carrying out the targeted killings, and then we have seen that how things has happened.
अभी ये नहीं बोलेंगे क्योंकि इससे बाधित होती है सर्च, और सर्च अभी जारी है. आपको हम आफ्टरनून में कुछ जरूर बताएंगे. बस
टेररिस्ट के बारे में कुछ ट्रेस मिल पाया है?
अभी नहीं विल नॉट say anything. आफ्टरनून तक हम आपको कुछ बताएंगे.
अटेम्प्ट्स ऑन है कि टेररिस्ट को न्यूट्रलाइज
कैसे है ये सब नहीं, वो सब नहीं बताएंगे.
अटेम्प्ट्स ऑन है टेररिस्ट को न्यूट्रलाइज?
ये बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
कैन वी एक्सपेक्ट कि जल्द ही टेररिस्ट न्यूट्रलाइज?
जल्दी, बहुत जल्दी.
So a big statement coming from the Indian Army that very soon the perpetrators will be neutralized. A major statement that is coming from the senior official of the Indian Army that the terrorists will be neutralized very soon by the Indian Army, and they have said that the searches have been launched in the area. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the cavalcade or the senior officers of the Indian Army, those who are heading towards the operation site. So, sir, can we say that operation is in advanced stage?
Yeah, it is in stage, and they'll be very soon. We'll get some good results. It's on.
Sir, any more IDs? Actually, there were some.
No, it's wrong to ask this question. Let the operation continue.
Okay, thank you, sir. So the senior officials of the Indian Army saying that very soon the terrorists will be neutralized, and they will be avenging the killings of the civilians. Yes.
Right, okay, all right. Gursimran is getting us the top updates right now. Gursimran is right at the blast site as well. Very important point being made that right now the efforts are on to neutralize the terrorists. Thank you, Gursimran, and keep us ahead on the story as we track what really happened there in Rajouri, where the death toll has climbed to 5.
A shocking incident coming to light, this time from Guntur, where we see 3 people lost their life and several others were injured after a stampede-like situation was occurred during the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu's program here in Guntur, where he was the chief guest, and also this was as a part of the Sankranti celebrations, where the foundation along with the TDP leaders were giving gifts to the people. And now we also see that the loss of life has definitely brought a shocker, because we also see that this is the very ground where thousands of people came together to take part in the very public meeting to where TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu was the chief guest. And also at the same time, now this is the place where we see how stampede like situation was reported on Sunday night and also at the same time, as you can see, this is the very token which was being given by the TDP leader, TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu, and also for this people had come in large numbers, but then the situation turned worse. The public meeting turned into a tragedy where 3 people lost their life and several others were injured. And also at the same time, now the blame game between the YSRCP, the ruling government, and the TDP has begun, where YSRCP says that despite a similar incident which was reported in Nellore on 28th of December, we still see the TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu holding such large number of public meetings, whereas the TDP has been blaming it on the police and on the ruling government, saying that there is no law and order situation in the state of the Andhra Pradesh. And also at the same time, we have been seeing that TDP chief Chandrababu Naidu has announced an financial aid of 5 lakh rupees to the people who lost their life, and also Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy has announced an ex gratia of rupees 2 lakh and 50,000 rupees for the injured in this very incident.
Viewers, getting some breaking updates coming in. The NIA will now question more people in connection with the investigation against the Popular Front. An inspection was conducted in 56 places in the state last day. Further questioning is based on the documents and evidence obtained from the raid. 3 people, it is learned, were taken into custody and then released yesterday. Sources say it has been decided to re-interrogate some of them. Even after arresting top leaders and banning the organization, the NIA is probing efforts to revive the movement. The NIA will also file application in the court to take custody of the Kochi lawyer Muhammad Mubarak, who was arrested during the raid. Let's go straight across to Ashwin, who's joining us live as well. Ashwin, now we know more PFI leaders are going to be questioned now in connection with the investigation against the Popular Front. Take us through the latest details we are learning.